Hi, and welcome to the July 15th, 2020 Board of Supervisor meeting. Today, you can dial in for public comment using the phone number 646-558-8656, and you will have to enter the meeting ID 874-3286-9631, followed by the pound or hash sign. Please remember, if you're watching on social media, there is a slight delay, so call early if there's an agenda item that you're interested in. You can view the agenda by visiting our website, lmt.org. Thank you, and I'll pass it off to Fred, the chair.
And again, welcome to this July 15th meeting of the Board of Supervisors. I call it to order, and I ask you join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic
for which
it
stands,
one nation,
under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We'll now call the roll. Supervisor Blundy.
Here.
Supervisor Grenier.
Here.
Supervisor Lewis.
Here.
Supervisor McCartney.
Present.
And I am here. We have a quorum. At this point, I'd like to turn the meeting over to our solicitor, Mr. David Trullo. Dave?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to open this meeting similar to what we did last time in terms of discussing the issue with residency and also its resolution and describing the background, because it's important for everybody to understand how we got from point A to point B. Just so everyone knows, the day of the last meeting, or the day before the last meeting, a petition was filed for an injunction, which is still, that issue is still pending, but one of the issues filed, or one of the claims filed, was that Dr. Weiss did not have sufficient residency in Pennsylvania to be an elected official. There was also a separate request made by the person who was the affiant, the person who signed an affidavit, to the petition, Constable Peter LaChance, to the district attorney himself, Matthew Weintraub, asking him to commence quo warranto proceedings. That's a writ that's known for challenging somebody's right to hold an office. So essentially, the DA's office was then tasked with investigating the circumstances to determine whether Dr. Weiss properly was to be seated as an elected official. Now, I'm going to summarize to some extent the memo we received from the district attorney's office 2 days ago, or I think yesterday, and then supplement it with some other information to kind of make sure everybody's clear on where we are. And the bottom line is, for everybody's benefit, Dr. Weiss is properly domiciled and is a resident of Pennsylvania for purposes of holding an office. And that's been determined by the district attorney's office, and further research does solidify that. And I think it warrants a description as to how we got here, like I said. Again, the district attorney's office was asked to do a review and investigation. The investigation was assigned to Deputy District Attorney Jill Graziano, who in turn assigned it to Assistant District Attorney Eugene Civilik. I'm probably butchering his name, but in any event. So he was asked to review the available information, which, by the way, was compiled in a binder, probably a good 4 inches thick, whether the DA's office had the legal authority to remove Dr. Weiss from office based on lack of residency, and whether such action would be appropriate. He reviewed a great deal of information in the process, which had a lot of information, which I'll describe separately in just a few minutes. Also include the affidavit of Jeffrey Hall Gale in terms of the petition that was filed in court. The certificate of trust and warranty deed that were part of the social media discussion that led to some of the claims that were submitted in this case, and also publicly. Copy of a web page listing necessary steps to obtain a homestead exemption from Hillsborough County, Florida. FAA information, the Facebook post by Citizens in Line for Lower Makefield with various screenshots, newspaper articles, and lots of other information that included interviews of real estate officials, title clerks, and other individuals. The DA's office, as they quoted the law properly, stated that a township supervisor must reside in the township from which elected and shall have resided in the township continuously for at least 1 year before their election. And further, no person is eligible for the office of supervisor, auditor, etc. in any township unless that person is an elector of the township. The term elector has a legal significance. The election code provides several rules for determining residency of an elector. And the term that is used for that is domicile, which has been mentioned already. It means a person's expression of desire that may not supersede the effect of his conduct, and every person must have a domicile somewhere. A man cannot elect to make his home in one place for the general purposes of life and another place for purposes of taxation. And that was really many times the scrutiny that was applied. And according to the district attorney's office, based upon the information provided, there is insufficient evidence to conclude that Dr. Weiss is not domiciled in Pennsylvania. Again, the investigation included an interview with Dr. Weiss, conversations with real estate professionals, a review of driver's license and motor vehicle information obtained from PennDOT, as well as information obtained from Florida, and documents provided by Mr. Hallgale as provided above. This information included change of address forms filed by Dr. Weiss in his office from moving from the Yardley Road home to the Cathy Drive home. So indicating a desire and an intent to live in Pennsylvania. Records revealed that the driver's license addresses were changed to Cathy Drive, and review and a search was done through National Law Enforcement Telecommunications System, yielded no Florida driver's licenses for either Dr. Weiss or his wife. Also, the motor vehicle registration certificate provided an address originally of 1308 Yardley Road, and was then has been eventually changed to the Cathy Drive address. Also, Dr. Weiss and his wife have executed a 13-month lease, which for many may be as long a lease as you can enter into with a certain landlord and other entities that provide places for rent. And according to the district attorney's office, this is the wording from their office, the above referenced investigation revealed credible and consistent evidence that supports the conclusion that Dr. Weiss is domiciled in Lower Makefield Township, and his actions demonstrate his intent to return if temporarily absent from the township. Now, I will also add some other information because there's some, I know there's been some other noise that has indicated that other things should be looked at as well, although I think the information that was relied upon is very complete. A qualified elector, for example, any person who shall possess all of the qualifications for voting now or hereafter prescribed by the Constitution of this Commonwealth, or who otherwise being qualified but continued residence in the election district, shall obtain such qualifications before the next ensuing election. Bottom line is, the same qualifications for being an elected official also qualify somebody for being a registered voter. And that's important because we have a lot of people in this township who have vacation homes, whether it's at the shore, the Poconos, or some other place. And they spend a lot of time out of the township, but that does not mean their primary residence is elsewhere. To adopt the approach that many promoted, either in court filings or in social media, many of those people who own vacation homes might have their voting rights scrutinized, depending on the analysis that some would promote that we'd have to review for Dr. Weiss's residency. I would note that the petitioner in the underlying injunction action, including the petition that was related to Dr. Weiss's residency, himself was a candidate for supervisor in 2019 and owned no property and was not on record as a taxpayer or ratepayer. He has the right to do that because under the election code, he is not required to own property. This is not the 18th century where that was one of the requirements to be a voter. Now, facts are a difficult thing, but in this day and age especially should be considered and investigated before making assertions that are personal attacks on integrity and disrupt the governing process, which is already being greatly tested in these unprecedented times. And as an aside, those who may have seen what the governor had to say today about some of the further restrictions that may be imposed on social gatherings indicate that these times are not going to be over very soon. And it's true also as the state of Alabama today just imposed public wearing a mask. We're in a very challenging and difficult time. A Google research of the term homestead, just the word homestead, the word that was in the document that was highlighted so much, is in the Florida Constitution. It's defined simply as this: real property to the extent of no more than 1/2 of an acre of continuous land in a municipality owned by a natural person and the improvements on it. It has no other legal meaning. That information was obtained by Google. You didn't have to do it on a Westlaw or Thomson Reuters or one of the other legal search machines to find that. Now, qualifying for a homestead exemption is essentially the same thing as qualifying as a voter, as I already described here. And that requires a lot of affirmative steps to take to qualify in Florida for a homestead exemption. Many of the things that I discussed earlier: applying for driver's license, voter registration, vehicle registration. And it's not an insignificant exemption to obtain, because the benefit is up to $50,000 for a property tax exemption. Records could have been reviewed in Hillsborough County to determine, since January, when the transaction was made, that Dr. Weiss and his wife did not apply for a homestead exemption. This information was available online. As indicated, Dr. and Mrs. Weiss maintained all indicia, again, a legal term, of Pennsylvania residency, vehicle and voter registration, physician contacts, Pennsylvania residence for tax purposes, bank accounts, and wills and estate plans, and including the fact that the attorneys they relied on for some of the transactions related to their purchase in Florida actually from Pennsylvania, not my office. I want to make the record clear on that. There's also been some statements about Dr. Weiss's flights to Florida, and he has just recently retired. But out of the 183 days, as of the count that we had here, he spent 57 days out of the area in Florida. They flew once to Florida in his plane and traveled back and forth on commercial airlines other times, and that record can be obtained by Frontier.com. And he was also confined to Florida for a brief period of time when he was down there earlier because of the pandemic. Again, I would say compare that schedule to those who go to the New Jersey shore every week or weekend, or to the Poconos, or maintain a schedule that are those people then in danger of having their voting challenged? Of course not. But that, again, is the standard that is the legal standard in this area. Are we going to then adopt an 18th century property ownership requirement? Then do we delve into who is the primary taxpayer in a house and that kind of factual scrutiny? That is not what this society, that is not what this Commonwealth, and that is not what this time in our lives is about. And I would state with a lot of certainty that Dr. Weiss, based on the separate investigation that was approved by the district attorney, his deputy, and created by his assistant, was very clear, very concise, but very complete. And it's consistent with what the law is. And frankly, the matter should be put to bed. And I would hope, for purposes going forward, that issue is. Obviously, the injunction issue remains. It's a separate issue that I will not discuss tonight, and I would urge no one else to discuss tonight because it is in litigation. But that was part of that separate litigation, and that now has been put to rest as far as I'm concerned. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Truelove. And I just want to say there's quite a few people that spent a lot of time and effort in this investigation. I just want to give my appreciation and thanks to everyone involved. I'm not going to mention names, but they know who they are, and I really appreciate the effort and the result. With that, Mr. Ferguson, can you give us a COVID update?
Sure. As the solicitor just indicated, the governor today came out with a new order pulling back some of the openings that he had, which were relevant to dining being cut back, public gatherings being back under 25 now indoors, I believe is the number. As everyone's aware, at least from an operational standpoint, we have continued to work remotely, although we've taken steps to reconfigure our township space when the time comes for us to come back. So we'll continue to operate as we have. I don't have anything else to report at this point unless there's some particular question about this or something else relevant to what we're doing.
Thank you, Mr. Ferguson. Is there any questions to the township manager as far as COVID?
If you don't mind, Kurt, on COVID, have you received any questions or anyone from the school district reach out to you about their plans coming up, as many of those buildings are public buildings within Lower Makefield Township that we may, we're not the school district, but we are responsible for our residents' health, safety, and welfare. And we are still under an emergency declaration. So I'm wondering if they'll be coordinating with us at all, if they're still working on their own.
I've not had any, the school district has not reached out to me during this time.
Okay. All right, moving right along, community announcements, item number 5. We're starting our drive up movies, which will be available for viewing at Memorial Park. The first movie will be on July the 17th, which is The School of Rock. And on July 18th, we will be showing Grease. To purchase tickets, you can visit www.maegav.com. That's magav.com. Camp in a Bag is available now. Bags are geared towards youth ages 6 to 12. You'll receive a week's worth of activities for the low price of $25. Order by Wednesday, secure your bag for the following week. There are a limited number of bags. Orders are first come, first serve. And to order, you can email veronica.g@lmt.org. A couple of reminders. Park and Rec digital recreation opportunities are still be able to be found at the appropriate website, Parks and Rec website. Pop-up experiences for children and park nature trails, magic shows, science demos, and more. Watch social media for details. And this is Park and Rec month, so get out and spend time in our parks and enjoy them best you can, considering social distancing and the fact that you need to wash your hands and bring some hand sanitizer with you. Also, I'd like to remind everyone that during community announcements, this is the perfect time, perfect time in the agenda where residents and youth organizations, such as scouting organizations, school groups, or anyone else can call in and give an announcement about their organization and make a special announcement. If you want to do this in advance, you can contact the admin at lmt.org and request a special announcement be added to the agenda. So at this point, I would ask Monica, has anybody called in to give a special announcement from the public?
No special announcements.
Very good. Moving right along to item 6, consider the approval of the minutes of the June 17th, June 25th, and July 1st meetings. I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Are we doing all 3 or at a time or just one?
We can do all 3 or separately, whatever.
Do you have a preference, Dan? Because I can break it up.
No, just want to make sure. I'll do a second then for all 3.
You have a second for the minutes? Any discussion on any of the minutes? Do you have any public comment, Monica, for the minutes?
No public comment.
Hearing no further comment, all those in favor of approval of the minutes for June 17th, 25th, and July 1st, signify by saying aye and raise your hands.
Aye.
Aye.
5-0. Minutes are approved. Item number 7, Treasurer's Report. Ms. Lundy?
I'd make a motion to consider approval of the warrants list from July 6, 2020 in the amount of $1,005,298.17.
Do I have a second? Mr. Grenier, seconds. Any discussion? Any public comment, Monica?
No public comment.
Okay, hearing no further discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
5-0, passed.
I'd like to make a motion to consider approval of the June interfund transfers, June 2020, sorry about that, in the amount of $667,773.32.
Second.
Second by Mr. Grenier. Any discussion? Monica, is there any public comment for the transfers?
No public comment.
Hearing no further comment, all those in favor signify by saying aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
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 0 passes. Thank you. Item number 8. We have a presentation to the board by Ms. Ellen Saraceni and Monica. Who'd like to take the first stab at this?
Fred, I'll take the first stab.
Go ahead, Monica.
I just wanted to start out by, during the budget talks in 2019, we started talking about money we were going to set aside in the fee and lieu fund for the berms at the park. They're in bad shape, they're dying, and we knew that it was going to be a great expense to township, and the 20th anniversary was coming up. When we were reviewing that, there was also some other things that have come up along the way, including the tipple paths and some maintenance that needed to be done on the garden areas. We started meeting with Ellen and Eric about this, and instead of the original $50,000, Ellen was able to secure a grant for porous pave and come up with a compromise with the students at the Bucks County Technical School to help out with the berm treatment. So today, that's what we're here to talk to you about. Ellen got very creative, and if you have any questions along the way, we'd be glad to address them.
Great. Thanks, Monica. Thank you for the opportunity for us to speak. I know it's been very difficult with the Zoom meeting. I know you have a very busy night tonight, but this is important as well. We have the 20th anniversary of the attacks upon our nation coming up very shortly, and it's unbelievable that we could even be saying something like that. But we started a project called the Garden Revitalization Project, and it is to get the Garden of Reflection and areas within Memorial Park to be more in line of where they were in their original state. And I know that COVID has been very difficult in Memorial Park this year. So Eric and I went to the Bucks County Technical High School and talked to them about a summer project. They were thrilled about it and thought that it was a great opportunity for the kids. So they now are working under a SLIP grant. It's a 2020 summer program. It's a state local internship program, so that is able to support the students working for the summer. We also then got an Ivans Outreach Center, through them, their 21st Century grant. It's a community learning center grant, and that is able to help supply supervisors, which also are mentors for the kids. And then Eric and I also got a Foundation Community Partners grant and that is has a lot of. It is only predicated upon youth involvement. So we already started. The kids are in their second week. They started last week with cleanup. It is amazing the difference already. And I know, Monica, you were talking about the berms. The berms are very difficult for the kids. It's not easy cutting out junipers. They're very prickly, and the area is hard for them, but they're trudging away. And I really have to applaud these kids. They are, last week and this week, we've had 96, 94, 91 degree temperatures. It's been extremely hot. Not once has there been a complaint. They're actually, these kids, some of them weren't even born yet, and others were just born. So they're actually learning about the garden and a little bit about September 11th. Eric's been a great mentor with them and supervisor, making sure that the kids are doing what they're supposed to be doing, along with the teacher, and also having it where he's teaching them a little bit about September 11th, and the kids are asking questions, so it's kind of neat. Monica, we have some pictures. I figured let's go with the pictures so that it's a lot easier than me explaining all the areas, because the pictures are self-explanatory, but I'll just go through that real quick because I want to give you a little bit of an idea about the scope of this project that they're working on. the number one, pretty much, other than the berm not being number two, is the walkway situation. You can see in these pictures, there's spots where you can see the fabric on the bottom. There are spots where you can't even see the walkway, but that the red tipple has just migrated out of the area. And so what we'd like to do is bring this back, and I'll talk a little bit as we get to the end. We'll bring back that, but I'll tell you about all the projects that the kids are doing. So in the fall, the left-hand picture was what the berms looked like. We really thought that there was going to hardly be anything, but you can see this picture from this year. There is a substantial amount of new growth. So we're thrilled about that. Now, all of the not new growth and the compromised areas are being taken care of by the children. This was what Monica was talking about. The township had allotted a lot of money to do this project, and we feel very fortunate that we are able to have the children do it and not the students do it and not have it as an expense. It's all being covered by grants. The areas that they're going to include are not only the Garden of Reflection itself, but also areas within Memorial Park. So these two pictures of the front entranceway, you can see the heavy weed growth and the fact that they weren't maintained from last year. So all cleanup will be done there. This is the flag circle. The one on the left is as you drive in, it's that area inundated with weeds, and so is that flag circle. So they'll be working on that area. That is after we got the wasp removed out of there. A couple areas where we had some issues. On the left, that is the first week of them trimming compromised trees and branches and collecting it all together. The one on the right is another pile. They have another pile this week that's just as big as the pile on the left. So it's a lot of work, but it's already, like I said, in a lot different arena as far as how it looks. The picture in the middle, it's a little bit hard to see maybe, but you can see one tree that doesn't have any leaves on it. There were 3 compromised trees there. They've been removed already, and that's where the berms are, where the kids are now working. This is areas in the oak garden. Most of these pictures are oak garden. You can see the weed growth, so they're taking care of all that. They trimmed up the branches. You can even see maybe a little bit of that. But also at the front entranceway, the picture on the right, some of the trees are going to be staked because they're leaning. We have a prevailing wind, and it just kind of blows them over. It's amazing. The walkways, they're also going to be power washing the walkways. The walkways can get very dirty. We can even see that picture in the middle is not even clean. That was done from last year. So that one already, needs to be power washed as well. But you can see how dirty the walkways can get. So we'll be taking on that project, which is another thing that is off of Park and Rec's list.
Yes, it is.
The left-hand picture of the area of the ground, you can't even see some of the donors' names. So we're going to lower that portion of soil and mulch, and then put it down a little lower, put mulch on it again, and we'll be able to see our donors. On the right, we'll be able to see the donors only after we paint their names again. They're not in such good shape. You can see that there's some names you can't even read, and others that are chipping away. So we're going to take care of that as well. And then this is an overview. So you could see the Garden of Reflection on the right. If you look down to the right-hand side where it says Memorial Park, you'll see the walkway starting. And if you can see it good enough, but it says trail, so you can follow that around all into the oak garden. There are a lot of branches of walkways. And then underneath the honey locust, there's a little plaza there. All of those walkways are that is our main focus right now. And that is what we are here tonight to talk about, so that we can tell you about our project. The students, we will redefine the walkways. You saw how narrow they were. So we will redefine the walkways so that they are their original width again. And the students will put down a 4-inch base layer of stone. That's going to be a heavy duty lift as well. but they're going to do that. And then we're very thankful. A company called Porous Pave has graciously giving us a very generous donation of all the porous pave material that we are going to need to cover this about 9,500 square foot of walkway space. The donation comes to about $100,000 donation from them. We're very grateful to them. They were with us last night on the Park and Rec meeting to answer any questions that might be brought up. They said, they're very happy to pick up this project, that they are a small company and they get requests all the time and they can't honor all those requests, but this project they feel is so important that they wanted to be a part of it. So they will come out and they will instruct the students on how to lay a porous pavement surface. So what we're getting out of this is we have had the red tipple, which has been a big maintenance issue. Not only does it go away, Park and Rec has to get more and put more down. Plus, we also have to be sweeping it back onto the walkway as it moves and migrates away. We are now thrilled because we are going to be offering our community a handicapped accessible walkway that they can go on with this porous pave. It's going to, now that it's getting all cleaned up and everything, it's really going to be a very peaceful place. If you go to Memorial Park, there are not a lot of areas where you can go and sit in the shade and sit on a bench. So the area is just very calming and peaceful. You can see over into the garden from there. But also, what's really important is that we are able, through porous pave, to sorry, my phone, I got to shut it, to give these students a skill set. They're in a tech school. That is why they're there, to learn, a skill, and they are going to be able to walk away and be able to lay a permeable surface, which is another thing that the tech school is grateful for. So that's about it. I'd love to know if there's any questions about anything that I can answer, or whatever else wow, I can't even shut that off. It's on my computer. Sorry, you're gonna hear dings.
Thank you, Ellen. I think this is a great endeavor on so many levels, and I look forward to seeing the finished product, and hopefully we can do it. Even though social distance, I hope we can all be out there to enjoy probably a rededication of this beautiful facility that we can house. With that, I'll open it up. Is there anybody in the board that has questions to Ms. Saraceni?
Yeah, Fred, if you can see me.
Go ahead.
Hi, Ellen.
Hi.
Thanks for all this work. This is great. I've been going. I think I run to the park every weekend, most recently on Saturday and Sunday, and I could make it the whole way without passing out with how humid it was.
Yeah, bad.
It's rough. And so I've been watching the junipers slowly die away and everything else that you're working on. I think it's great that you're fixing up with the plants and doing the weeding and right siding the trees and making the displays look that much better. Those names, I was looking at those this weekend and saying it would be nice if we painted those or something. So I love all that. My one question, my concern, and this is something that I work with every day. So my concern is the path. I've known for years that the red tipple path was a bad idea to begin with. It was just a poor design. It doubles as sort of a path and a stormwater conduit. Mm-hmm. So red tipple is very small. I have it around my house to keep growth away from my foundation, but it's perfectly flat. But whenever you put red tipple on any sort of slope with stormwater, or you walk on it, just gets, like you mentioned, it just gets washed away, and it doesn't come back because it's too small. It's too light. So that's why you need the larger stone. I have to admit, I've worked with porous paved material before.
Oh, great.
And honestly, I don't like it. I would very much prefer something else. I don't like the material at all. It's recycled tires, which is a petroleum product that degrades, and since it is a stormwater path, will degrade into our streams. So I have a very great concern about using porous paste specifically. I know the paths need to be fixed. Don't get me wrong, and I appreciate that. But I have a very strong concern about that particular approach. So I would ask that we step back. I don't think our engineers reviewed this yet, and reconsider that particular portion of the project. So I would not personally. I do this for a living. I'm an environmental scientist that also does stormwater. I would not be able to support the porous paved portion. Everything else you're doing is marvelous, and I'll get out there, and I have a pickaxe, and I'm real good with juniper because I had him here, and I had to replace all kinds of them for the same reason. But that particular portion of the project, I have issues with. But I think everything else you're doing is awesome, and thank you for that.
Yeah, the tires remain a big problem in our environment because they don't disintegrate, not as quickly as you're thinking that they will. That's why this product is really one that is not a bad one to have. It's a great one to have because we have areas throughout there that are sloped. They have water that goes because there is a wetlands behind the whole Gardner reflection. So everything does go down towards there. The surface is very breathable, that it can move with the momentum of the ground. It is an eco-friendly product, and we're using up a resource that these tires are sitting around in landfills. The company has already taken away a lot of the landfill issue and put them into this paver. They have this porous pave specifically is a highly regarded product. Their binder that they have is superior to a lot of other installations, that other companies have, and I beg to differ in what this will be able to give us as far as permeable surface, which is exactly what we need there. We don't have another solution. We can't put the macadam down. It's the ground is too movable for that. We can't do cement. We can't do the red tipple. And we don't have a handicapped accessible area for a shade and bench area. That's right next to the comfort station, right next to the children's garden. So I feel exactly the opposite, that the benefits of this far outweigh anything that we could think that they wouldn't.
As I said before, I have been doing this for 20 years and have graduate degrees in this specific issue. And I disagree with you based on my professional opinion. Everything else I said I think is great, but I would not support the porous pave. That's that.
Thank you. Is there any other questions from the board or comments?
I just have a quick question. What's down there currently on the path? The red tip?
Well, there's a little bit of red tipple left, not much. Most of it is washed away. There's a fabric that's laying there, and the grass has grown over most of it. The little plaza area inside the oak garden has been redone with red tipple, and that's why there's still red tipple there. But that's it.
Okay, Dan, is there an alternate product that you would recommend?
Yeah, well, red tipple it's a very tipple is just a really small stone. Typically, you'll buy it at the 3/8 inch size, so it's really small. So what it is, it's really light. So the water if you're walking over it, it shouldn't be used for paths. But if you're walking over it, you kick it and it goes away. It's on the towpath too, where it gets crushed and dusty and all over the place. So what we typically look for, and Andy could look at all kinds of different products, I think, is a larger stone, because it's also not only walking over it, but there's water that pushes it. So water, even a trickle can carry that stuff away. So what you typically look for is not a cement, because that creates more impervious surface where you have stormwater issues. It's because this is also a stormwater conduit, you would look typically for a larger stone of different sizes that would lock into place, but you would not move, but it would have to be a larger, heavier stone material, not a boulder like this, but a larger stone of some type that you could then work in there. One of the problems that I observed, without getting into too much detail, is that the grading that occurred, at least when I go over there and look at it, the grading was not done very well for serving that dual purpose, stormwater and a trail. So I would think that we could look at that to improve the grading in that particular area, look at a different material to still accomplish the same goals.
I appreciate this. This is a presentation. We're not making any kind of decisions today. This is about a donation from the Porous Pave Company. Andrew, I think unless I hear differently from the board, might be a good idea to review the material to make sure it is an acceptable type of material for our paths, and you can report back at a later meeting. But right now, I think, Kurt?
If you could, if this is the position of the board, this is a donation and the work is underway. So in the end, if the board, again, I say this respectfully to everyone, if the board is not going to approve this, this is donated, this would involve us going out and buying whatever material or whatever you all wanted to do. We budgeted $8,000 for the berm improvements. So what we're talking about is a donation. So in the end, it's not like we just could easily tell them to stop and use this material instead. This is what they're donating.
So the paths are about to be laid. Is that what I'm hearing?
They've started doing the clearing work with the idea that they made this donation. And obviously this was a presentation that came to the board as, they're on the clock. We had the volunteers out there. I don't have an exact time of when they were going to start this work. But again, regardless of the time frame, in the end, if the board doesn't want to authorize this, it would involve then a different, we'd be putting this out for bid, and it would be a different process versus the donation.
James, I know the Park and Rec board met and heard this presentation last night. What was the thoughts of the Park and Rec board?
I think the feedback overall was positive. There wasn't much concern from any of the Park and Rec representatives.
Andy, do you have experience with this material?
Limited experience. I could put it over to my landscape architects within Remington Vernick Engineers, who are very much more have much more experience on it and working in parks and playgrounds and things like that. It's my understanding that this is a rubber material, that it's bound together and it does not move like the red tipple does. And then underneath that would be a stone layer that provides structural support for the rubber thickness. I think it's like 1.5 inches of rubber material that goes down on top of the stone. And then the stone layer underneath would be the conduit, so to speak, for any stormwater. I haven't been out there to walk it, but I'm certainly happy to do that and provide suggestions for if there's ways to make concentrated stormwater flow in certain areas, spread that out towards more sheet flow so that we don't get situations where you get erosion or movement of the material.
Is this a common material used for paths, Monica? You're in the business in the use. Do you see a lot of parks and trails using this material?
Rubberized surface, yes. I haven't worked with porous pave in particular.
It's just a brand. This is just a brand name.
Yeah, I will tell you, Jim Majewski did walk the trails the other day, and we talked stormwater, and he gave us some mitigation things that we were going to do to kind of work the stormwater so it wasn't causing erosion, that the kids are going to work on that project too as part of this to mitigate some of the water flow.
I'm on their website. I don't know this company. I certainly don't operate in this space, but they list clients like the Eagles, the Phillies, some school named Princeton. I mean, they have Duke Stanford, who I'm currently angry with, but that's another story. They seem to be a company that's used by, Notre Dame. So we're done.
Yeah, well, in spite of that, I mean, I have to admit that the price is pretty good, and the labor, I understand, is also reasonable. Yeah.
Yes,
So,
well, this also is a project that the school, the tech school, was very excited about taking on this project. This project wasn't just for the students to come out and weed. The project was a bigger scope, and it was the walkways. They are revitalizing all these areas in Memorial Park and the Garden of Reflection, but the walkways are the thing that was going to give them the life skill. The walkways were going to be the thing that is going to give us a handicapped accessible area. I mean, these grants that were gotten with the presumption that this was a go, and that's why we did. We said we even had COVID. I get that, and the students were going to start in June. They couldn't even start in June, so they didn't start till July. But this is an 8-week program for them. Had we been able to say this before, they might have picked another project to be working on for their summer project. So this is a big disappointment for the school to not have the kids involved with this project.
well, Mr. Majewski has not objected to this material, Monica, in your walkthrough?
Not in our walkthrough, he didn't mention. He did review all the same sheets that you had previously.
Mr. Paco, you have no strong objections to this material one way or the other,
No, I don't.
for the cost especially? Well, since Mr. Grenier did bring this up, I think it's only appropriate to bring this before, to poll the board. Is there any, other than Mr. Grenier, is there any other objection to using this material and stopping the project?
Well, I guess it's a little concerning that we're just finding out about this and didn't have a chance to approve it previously when it got started. So that's a concern. But
The only other thing that I would add is it's in the township's best interest to put in a PA1 call. Anytime we stick a shovel in the ground, we should do a PA1 call that identifies any utilities in the area, even though there may not be any, even though we've done our research and checked utility plans. It's a requirement to, when we do any kind of excavation.
there is a gas line there though too. So
Yes, we already discussed that we are going to be calling them, but if you can understand, the walkways were there at one point. We are only sculpting out the same diameter that was there originally. So we're not moving into different territory to make you feel a little more comfortable about that. But we already discussed that they would be called so that we would have everything identified.
Appreciate that, Ellen. So, is there any member of the public that's on the line, Monica?
Yes, Judy is on the line.
Miss Judy? Hi, Judy.
Hi, it's Judy Reese, 969 Princess Drive, Lower Makefield. I first want to thank Monica, Ellen, and Eric for doing all of this. I spoke to Monica a few weeks ago. I was thrilled because I had been out at the garden and that pathway was a bit shabby. And it also really was not handicap accessible. It wasn't accessible if somebody had a stroller, really. And I think that is wonderful. As a retired teacher, and I did start out as a vocational teacher, I am beyond thrilled that we're using our students. Life learning experiences are so important. And I really wanted just to thank you. I really know nothing about the science. I do know that by putting rock underneath, it will let the water flow properly, and I think that might mitigate any problems with the surface. And I hope I really would ask the board to approve this so that our students will get this life experience and that we will have the garden in the condition that all of us, and that means the entire community, would like it to be. And again, Ellen, thank you so much. Eric, and Monica. You guys are great, and I truly appreciate it.
Thank you, Judy. Appreciate the comments. Is there any other public comment, Monica?
No further public comment.
Okay, hearing no further comment, is there any other board comment where we poll ourselves? Great, so who wants to let this continue?
I'll make a motion to let this continue.
I'll second it.
We have a motion, we have a second. All those in favor of the project continuing as planned can say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, no?
Opposed.
No.
3-2. Ms. Arancini, like I said, looking forward to seeing the finished product.
Great. Thank you very much. And thanks for taking the time for this. I appreciate it.
Our pleasure. Thank you.
Have a good night and stay safe, everybody.
You too.
Thank you.
Well, and thank you, board.
Okay. Item number 9 is Lower Makefield Township Community Trail Connection Final Project Design presentation by TPD.
While we're waiting, I will remind the board that this presentation was made, I believe, on June 24th to a joint meeting of the Park and Rec Board, of the Citizens Traffic Group, and of EAC. That was like a month ago. I think there was some questions, but I think everyone left with a very favorable opinion of the project.
Mr. Rosen.
Thank you. So my name is Marty Rosa with Traffic Planning and Design. So TPD and Lower Makefield Township had submitted for a Pennsylvania Transportation Alternative set aside. I'm sorry, let me start the slideshow. I have to go with this. So sorry about that, yeah, so TPD and Lower Makefield Township had submitted in 2017 for a Pennsylvania Transportation Alternative Set Aside Program grant, which was received in 2017, and design was begun in 2018. So the overall project is located in the baseball and softball complex opposite of the township facility. Just for some orientation, the township buildings up here in the top right corner of your screen. Edgewood Road is running along the right-hand side of the screen, and Oxford Valley Road is running along the bottom of the screen. So the proposed project will connect the missing links that we have currently in the facility along Edgewood Road. The area highlighted in blue is a missing path along Edgewood Road. Right now, there's an 8-foot path that extends from the intersection of Mill Road to an existing pedestrian crossing at the township building. And then there is a gap until a secondary pedestrian crossing just past the ball field driveway, where the path picks up again, moving on to the intersection at Oxford Valley Road. So the proposed project will connect that missing gap, and it will also construct a new path along Oxford Valley Road all the way down to the Roll-Offs Road intersection, where a trail crossing will be provided across Oxford Valley Road. In addition, 2 smaller paths will be provided from the new path along Oxford Valley Road. Those will be 5 feet in width, extending to an existing path around the baseball field on the lower right-hand corner of the screen, as well as a 5-foot path that will extend from the intersection of Roll-Offs Road back to the softball complex parking lot. So the proposed path will be 8 feet in width. That is the width that is utilized elsewhere in the township. It is also the minimum width required or allowed for a multi-use path, which allows pedestrians and bicyclists to use the facility. We are also proposing a minimum 5-foot wide buffer from the face of the existing curb to the trail. That's to allow enough width for any existing features such as signs, fire hydrants, the pedestrian warning signage that's already out there, also providing a comfortable width from the existing roadway. So also along Edgewood Road, we will be refreshing the existing paved crossings on Edgewood Road, as well as providing additional warning signage and markings approaching those crosswalks to just enhance their safety. Moving up to the intersection of Oxford Valley Road and Edgewood Road, what will be here will be, for the most part, pedestrian improvements. There will be new ADA compliant curb ramps. The crosswalks will be restriped and enhanced. New pedestrian push buttons, signage, and the traffic signal timings will be updated to meet current requirements. Moving then along Oxford Valley Road, generally the same principle as along Edgewood Road, with the 8-foot path with a minimum 5-foot buffer. However, as you move further along Oxford Valley Road, the terrain starts to change. So we start to deviate further away from the path in order to take advantage of the natural contours of the land, just to minimize any grading along the path, as well as to increase the buffer. There's also some existing trees planted around the community center that we wanted to minimize those takes. So it meanders a little bit back and forth from the road as we move down to Roloffs Road. At the intersection of Roloffs Road, this is considered a priority in terms of safety for the crossing. So a RRFB, which is a rectangular rapid flashing device, has been proposed at this crossing. For the trail, what's shown here is a similar example located at Lower State Road and Wells Road in Doylestown Township. I think probably the most noted feature with these is the white and blank flashing beacons that are associated with it. There will be an overhead mast arm just like at this location, but the overhead device and the two signs on either side of the roadway, all three will flash when a pedestrian occupies the crosswalk. The device will work automatically. It will be passive in that it will sense a pedestrian or bicyclist user approaching the crosswalk and begin to flash. It will also provide a manual override in case of that type of failure. Additional concerns at the intersection of Roloffs Road was the sight lines, because it is located in the middle of a horizontal curve on Oxford Valley Road. What we've proposed is to maximize the sight distance at this location, which will involve some tree removal. However, we're including in the project requirements to consult with township staff during construction to minimize those tree removals whenever possible. Just due to the size of some of these evergreens, it may be possible to actually just remove some of the lower branches to achieve the necessary sight distance without actually having to take down all the trees. But right now there's up to 16 potential trees that need to be removed with this project. 4 are required elsewhere from this intersection, just simply due to the path design requirements. But we're hoping to minimize the removal of all the trees at this intersection and perhaps reduce them just with some trimming, which is something that can be completed during construction. As far as the stormwater management for the project, the proposed project will provide 3,500 feet of new surface. We originally looked at doing conventional stormwater management for this project. The impact of the project will be over 1 acre, so an NPDES permit was going to be required as well. So we initially looked at it in the conventional approach and what we presented to the township staff. However, one of the problems with this, the locations that were ideal for our situation, whether that's flat, low-lying areas adjacent to the path, were these are also the same ideal locations that the baseball and softball players use for practice when they're off-site of the park. And we were quickly ruling out all the ideal locations to do facilities. We went back and looked at, could we potentially do some of these facilities underground, but the cost was becoming very prohibitive in relation to the overall grant amount for the project. So we also took a look at the use of pervious pavement construction for the path. What we found out was, because we have an existing section of pavement along Edgewood Road, by converting that section from impervious pavement to pervious, as well as converting a small portion of the softball complex parking lot, which is shown here in blue, it's 24 spaces, the rate, volume, and water quality control requirements for this project would be met with the use of pervious pavement. In terms of cost, the cost would actually be slightly cheaper than the traditional methods, while not at the same time heavily restricting the use of the park by putting in your typical rain garden facilities that would either have to be fenced off or non-mowed, but essentially locations that you wouldn't want to have your residents and the ball players and that go into to retrieve their balls and things like that. One other thing I wanted to point out in terms of the pervious pavement construction is we are taking measures to minimize any future maintenance with it by slightly raising the trail throughout the entire length. That should minimize any runoff from adjacent to the trail, whether that's dirt and fines that might accumulate on the surface. So by slightly raising the trail versus the surrounding area, the amount of debris that may have to be swept off from it or has the potential to clog the pavement should be minimized for this project as it goes forward. There was also concerns when we had discussed the pervious pavement option that we, in terms of maintenance, the existing community center currently, with the rear parking lot, was partially constructed with pervious, and it was discussed that the township should have suitable equipment available to complete routine sweeping of the path as well. In terms of general funding history, like I mentioned, the grant application had been submitted in 2017 and awarded in May of 2018 in the amount of $700,000. Kickoff meeting occurred in June 2018 with the PennDOT project administrator of the funds. Type of funding it has to follow through the standard PennDOT review process, which consisted of initially obtaining a project scoping approval in March 2019, submission to PennDOT for safety review, and then approval in June 2019. While the project is primarily just in the park, there is a small flag lot for PA Water located just north of the community center that we needed to acquire a sidewalk agreement easement from them for the trail to pass. Because of the method of funding, we had to go through a formal right-of-way plan approval process for that, which was completed in January 2020, which allowed township to begin acquisition of that easement. Environmental CE category exclusion approval was completed in March 2020 for the project. The NPDES permit was submitted in January of this year and then approved in March 2020, and utility clearance has recently been completed with the 4 facilities located in the area. There's no anticipated impact, so that clearance has just come in this July. As far as remaining tasks for the project is the finalization of the acquisition of that easement from PA Water. our final traffic submission is in for review by PennDOT. We're expecting approval shortly. There was a previous submission earlier in the year and those comments have been addressed and resubmitted. Contract management approval from PennDOT is also required before the project is advertised and let through the PennDOT ECMS process. That review process will begin as soon as we submit the PS&E package, which I'll note in the next slide. Also, the township is actively working with the PennDOT funds administrator in terms of setting up the reimbursement agreement, as well as the item of the selection of construction inspection, which would either be utilizing PennDOT approved staff selected by the township or utilizing a PennDOT administered contract that they have available for this type of funding. The current schedule right now is final plans and specifications and estimates will be submitted to PennDOT for final review in August, with an assumed project advertisement in October, about 2 months later. Letting of the project would 1 month beyond in November 2020, with the contractor's notice to proceed about 3 months later in January 2021. In terms of project duration, we're showing about 8 months. However, in terms of the actual work that's necessary, it's probably more to 2 to 3 months of active work. Most of that delay is in the design, review, and approval of the curb ramps along within the project, as well as the contractor's procurement of the traffic signal poles necessary at the new crossing, the pedestrian crossing, which takes up to 6 months. In terms of remaining township responsibilities, I think I kind of touched on these items already, was the finalization of the right-of-way acquisition. In terms of the reimbursement agreement, becoming a registered business partner and executing the reimbursement agreement between Lower Makefield and the state, as well as selecting the desired inspection contract between Lower Makefield and the consultant, whether that's using the PennDOT contract or doing it in-house. And then finally, after the project is let and prior to award, is the executed contract agreement between Lower Makefield and the contractor. The current estimated construction cost is approximately $670,000. PennDOT recommends approximately 15% inspection of the construction cost, which would be $100,000 in this case. We would recommend an additional $10,000 for design consultation during construction to cover any RFIs or other item and attendance at the pre-kickoff meeting and other things that may arise during construction, which would leave a total amount of $780,000 for the project. The total grant award, as I noted, is $700,000. With that, PennDOT takes 1% off the top. So essentially the township is responsible for all monies above $693,000. With that, I will turn it over to the board for any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Rosa. Is there any comments or questions from the board?
Yep. Sorry, Fred, I can't see you. I don't know if you can see me.
Go ahead, Dan.
Sure. On the porous pavement portion of it, that's a tongue twister. When you had mentioned maintenance, what do we have a long-term O&M operations and maintenance program set up for that? And what's the lifetime of the porous pavement before it needs to be either replaced or cleaned, since that stuff tends to fill up?
In terms of the operations and maintenance, because it was an NPDES permit, a formal post-construction stormwater management plan was prepared with operations and maintenance. In general, it's the minimum that is required for it is inspection and sweeping of the path 2 times a year. I believe, based on the raised nature of the path, that whether the sweeping of it needs to occur should be less than 2 times a year. We'd also advise not to salt the path or place any cinders on the path, and obviously we wouldn't want anyone to come back and seal it a couple years down the road, since that would negate the effects of the porous pavement. In terms of the operational life, we wouldn't expect any difference from traditional pavement. So whether that's 10, 20 plus years, especially because there won't be active heavy vehicles on it. We're not proposing it. We're not expecting any, let's say, degrade in life expectancy in terms of comparison to traditional pavement.
And who's doing the I saw 100K in there for construction inspections. Who's doing that? How's the team made up for this one? I know DPD's obviously has done the design.
So the inspection has not been selected for the project. The township has two options at this point. They can either solicit their own inspection, provide and submit those qualifications to PennDOT for approval, or the PennDOT has an open-end contract for these types of projects where I want to say Pannoni Associates, and I believe we are actually on that contract as well. I think we would have to reprieve ourselves from it. So I think if they go that route, it would likely be Pannoni Associates that would be the inspector if they use that program that's set up for these types of projects.
And start to groundbreaking to you said finishing in August. When would you actually break ground, do you think?
So notice to proceed we would list in January. Likely I would, because of the curb ramp design approval process, I wouldn't expect the contractor to break ground until April or May. They may wait until July and get it all done in 2 months. In terms of, because it's essentially on grade with the existing trail. The last operation they will likely do is pave it, I would expect. So, but that portion probably is only a 2 or 3 week process.
So I'm just wondering, because 100K for construction inspection seems kind of high. That's about 6 months of someone full time. Just looking at the numbers, but I'm just curious about. And then obviously, I know Kurt and Monica will be paying attention because it's right near the ball fields, and you're starting a baseball season right there. Is probably when you're breaking ground. So you got to obviously please pay attention to those folks. Make sure we coordinate with them so they don't lose access.
Correct. Yes, we've been in discussions with them. If there's any milestones or restrictions that we want to include in the contract, we already have general language that there will have to be an initial coordination meeting between the contractor and the municipality to discuss any particular schedule issues. But obviously, we would like to put in if there's any particular weekends or weeks that we want to restrict contractor access. We want to include that prior to the bid.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Fred.
Any other comments or questions, Mr. Rosen? In that case, we're looking to the next step. Thank you very much.
Oh, we have public comment on this?
Oh, sure. Go ahead. Hello, Judy. You're muted.
I'm muted.
Yes, you are.
Hi, I'm unmuted. Thank you very much. Look, 2 public comments, 2 kudos for great work done. As most of you on the board know, this was something that was near and dear to my heart. I worked with our former manager, township manager, to get this grant. I am thrilled that it's finally getting done. I think I've spoken to Dan and John and Fred and Sue and James several times. And I have one question. I know it starts on Edgewood. It goes around Oxford Valley. I couldn't quite see from the picture. Where does it end?
It will end at roll-offs. We weren't able to extend it all the way down to Mill Road, one, because of funding requirements, and also because of the right-of-way impacts at the corner of Mill and Oxford Valley Road.
Okay. I understand. I was hoping for it, but I knew that might be a bit of a stretch. I really want to thank you for the work that you did. It's been outstanding. I'm excited that it will finally be there. And I'm hoping that the next time there is a grant, we can get a grant and extend Oxford Valley Road, at least to where the rest of the walking path is, because it would be nice to make sure that we can bike and walk safely. And I also want to add, we are putting this in as a bike and walk path. Please let our bicycle people know that the middle of Edgewood Road, unless we have it signed off as a race or some type of marathon, bike marathon, that they are not training for the Tour de France, and they need to use the bike path or stay on the side. I take the road 6 days a week. I go up to Doylestown morning, come back in the afternoon, and I've seen a lot of real near misses because some of our bikers are not aware, obviously, that cars go down Edgewood Road. So again, I want to thank you. It was a great job, and I truly appreciate that it got done.
Thanks, Judy. Appreciate your call. Don't be a stranger.
Thank you.
Any other comments from the public, Monica?
More public comment.
Good. Okay. Hearing no more comment, I appreciate Mr. Rosen and your presentation. I hope to see the next phase.
All right, thanks for having me.
No problem. Appreciate it. And with that, we'll go to item number 10, sewer analysis presentation. Mr. Ebert.
Can you guys hear me?
Good evening, Mr. Ebert.
Good evening, everyone. And then, Monica, can you start put the first slide up so we can go through? What I was going to do tonight is go through the evaluation and analysis of options that we've gone throughout this process, and lead to really where we've come to at this point. I wanted to start with a background and the reasons for this evaluation of why have we done this and why are we doing this and what's leading to this process. It started with the Morrisville Municipal wastewater treatment plant, or existing wastewater treatment plant, was having compliance issues with its NPDES permit. That's its discharge permit to discharge into the Delaware River. As a result, the PADEP, which regulates the wastewater treatment plant, required that the Morrisville Municipal Authority create what's known as a corrective action plan. The purpose of this is to have the treatment plant come into compliance and to define what upgrades needed for that. And it was also due to the fact that the existing wastewater treatment plant and the majority of its equipment is at the end of its design life. And as a result of that, DEP became concerned that there would be ongoing compliance issues if something wasn't done. So as I said before, DEP's involvement was to review the corrective action plan. And as they reviewed the corrective action plan, they reached out to Lower Makefield Township and asked us to, because of the order of magnitude of money that was involved, to evaluate all potential alternatives. And then it required the selection of an implementable alternative. So what DEP was looking for was something that, as a result of this, is something that could be built, and not a plan to plan, but rather an alternative that would provide for the long-term needs of the long-term wastewater needs of the people of Lower Makefield that are currently serviced by the Morrisville Municipal Authority. So what are Lower Makefield's actions? Well, the first thing was for both the Sewer Authority and the Board of Supervisors at the time to identify alternatives. There was then the formation of a sewer subcommittee to evaluate these with the manager and the engineer, which resulted in a summary report that discussed all alternatives and then identified what were viable alternatives at this time. We then concluded with an executive summary of that full report, both of which the executive summary and the full evaluation report has been posted on the township website. Next slide down. As far as what was the evaluation process that the township went through? And as I said before, it was the formation of a sewer subcommittee that would evaluate these in details. We met independent for 2 hours multiple times over 6 different sessions. The committee was composed of 2 members of the Board of Supervisors, 2 members of the Sewer Authority, the Township Manager, and the Wastewater Consultant. The Board of Supervisors and the Township Manager and the Sewer Authority identified initially 4 alternatives to be evaluated, which was the upgrade of the existing Morrisville Municipal Authority wastewater treatment plant, the construction of a new wastewater treatment plant by the Morrisville Municipal Authority, conveyance of the existing flows to the Lower Bucks County Joint Municipal Authority, and then finally conveyance of the flows to the Bucks County Water and Sewer Authority. While we were doing the evaluation, there were 2 additional options that were added. One was the construction of Lower Makefield Township in conjunction with Yardley Borough of a new wastewater treatment plant at Macclesfield Park. And the 6th option was the sale of the sewer system. Was that before a decision would be made, if we wanted to sell the system and there were to be another stakeholder in there, that their input also be done. So that evaluation was done prior to any final selection being made. The sewer subcommittee started out with 4 main goals and objectives on this. Number 1 was the lowest long-term sewer rental fees for our customers, both existing and future. Number 2 was the highest quality of reliable service, something that was going to be in the best interest of our environment and also ensure that our existing infrastructure will be properly operated and maintained. And then from the financial long-term planning, the ability to accurately budget future rates and capital costs so that we could establish a steady rate and predictable rates moving forward. And then the final item that was a key item was the ability to have input, represented as seats on a board for future costs, and also, and is equally important, is to make sure that it was properly maintained, preventive maintenance done, so that the treatment plant would have an extended life and constantly be kept up with technology. The first option that was evaluated was the upgrade of the existing Morrisville Municipal Authority wastewater treatment plant. The existing treatment plant has a capacity of 7.1 MGD. It currently services approximately 2/3 of Lower Makefield Township, all of Yardley Borough, all of Morrisville Borough, with some additional bulk users elsewhere. But they're the majority of the users are those 3 municipalities. It was proposed to upgrade to a capacity of 7.7 MGD. There's limited growth in any of the municipalities, meaning Morrisville, Yardley Borough, or this portion of Lower Makefield. And the majority of the users currently have excess capacity. For example, our allocation is approximately 3 million gallons. Our actual flows today are a little bit over 2 million gallons. And the reason for this was that the existing treatment plant process and the equipment are obsolete. It was a pure oxygen treatment plant that was used when it was a more industrial area, and there was a distillery down there, a sugar refinery, things like that are no longer there, are no longer users. So that technology isn't required and has become obsolete. And there's not even availability of parts for there. Many of the equipment that was purchased was some of the last ones off the production line, which there was an initial savings for them, but now it's very expensive to operate and maintain. One negative with this option is that because of the existing flows that will need to be required to be continuously treated, is that it will be phased construction over many years, potentially a decade, until the construction will be complete on this project. There's also potential conflicts with many existing utilities. This treatment plant has previously been upgraded, which is potential for change orders and delays during construction. However, there are also a lot of areas that are available for the easy construction of this. The other advantage of this option, it does not require any additional land acquisitions. It does not require the conveyance system to be extended. Our existing infrastructure system works throughout this upgrade, and we'll be able to continuously operate that way. It also, as part of the corrective action plan, many millions of dollars were spent installing new effluent filters and a new outfall line into the middle of the river and a diffuser. The reuse of the existing treatment plant would allow for that continuous use of that, and for that not to be thrown away when it's only 3 to 5 years old and has a life expectancy of 20 to 30 years. It does have a limited ability for future expansion at this site. However, there is no known right now or identified additional users of this site. This option did have the lowest capital cost of construction. However, the Marshall Municipal Authority is no longer considering this alternative. They've basically taken this off the table, and they proceeded with the design of a new treatment plant down at the U.S. Steel property. Monica, the next slide. The second option that we evaluated was conveyance to the Lower Bucks County Joint Municipal Authority. The Lower Bucks County Joint Municipal Authority is an existing authority, primarily services Bristol Borough and Tullytown. A very well-established authority. They currently have no debt, and they have many proactive policies down there that have allowed for the expansion and continued maintenance of their treatment plant, where they've kept up with technology. The conveyance, really, in the concept, would be to convey the combined flows from Yardley Borough and Lower Makefield down to the existing treatment plant, basically by following the canal towpath all the way to the existing treatment plant. We need very little additional easements. It's almost a 8-mile run, 40,600 linear feet. It would be 33-inch pipe, would go down the trail. The majority of it would be directionally drilled. We would need to install cleanouts and isolation lines. The required easements would basically be for the pump station and potentially some minor ones along the force main where we would have to deviate off the trail for a clean out or other such thing. The subcommittee evaluated 3 cost scenarios: a best case scenario, an average case scenario, and a conservative case scenario for costs. We have utilized the conservative case scenario at this point in it for purposes of evaluation and funding, in that we would need a plan for a conservative case, not a worst case, but a conservative case in the overall construction cost estimate. It does require right now, based on conversations with the executive director of the Lower Bucks County Joint Municipal Authority, a capital buy-in of approximately $15 million, of which the share for Lower Makefield will be approximately $12,705,000. The Lower Bucks Joint Authority right now does not have an interest in allowing for any board representation by Lower Makefield Township. One of the primary reasons for that is that the joint authority does provide both water and sewer service for their existing customers, and they would view us as a buy-in. One of the other advantages of this option, or not advantages, but identification, is that we will be required to pay full retail rate, but there would be no future capital contributions for this. The third option that we evaluated, and we evaluated this option multiple times, is for the construction of a new Marshall Municipal Wastewater Treatment Plant at the U.S. Steel property. It was a series of evaluations, a series of sites that have gone through, a series of cost estimates, a series of third-party reviews on options. The information provided by Marshall is that they're going to design and construct a 10 million gallon a day wastewater treatment plant It will be initially permitted at 7.3 million gallons per day. The treatment plant percentages are basically Morrisville will be 42.6%, 65%. Lower Makefield will be 42.58%. Yardley Borough, which currently owns 12% capacity in there, has requested to reduce theirs by about half to 5.8%. And then they have an allocation in there for Falls Township of approximately 9%. However, it needs to be noted that Falls Township has not made any commitment at all to fund their portion of their capacity, or even an indication that they want to connect to this. Falls Township has said they remained an interested party. They're definitely interested to follow this, but right now there was no commitment or no desire to participate at this level. One of the advantages of this is that it does allow for the ability to service future customers by designing a larger treatment plant. However, as I said before, there's no commitments from any potential customers to fund the initial construction. So as a result, with the Lower Makefield would be paying for a larger treatment plant than it needs. And as a result of that, while there may be a payback, our initial customers would have to fund that debt service in there. The advantage of the U.S. Steel property compared to the existing treatment plant is it's a clean site. There's little to no existing utilities. This should significantly reduce the change order potential, and it will allow for a significantly shorter construction period than upgrading on the existing plant, because this can be fully built out prior to it being commissioned. It can, so whereas on the existing plant, we're basically diverting the flows to one side, expanding the plant, and then diverting the flows over and completing the construction. This does have the potential for a regional authority. In almost every meeting that Lower Makefield representatives have had with the Morrisville Municipal Authority, this has been stressed, the importance of a new authority where Lower Makefield would have a seat on this and have say in the long-term operation and maintenance, and to guarantee their investment. So Lower Makefield has requested a form of governance numerous times, going back to Terry Fedorchuk and continuing through almost every meeting that I've been at. It's been a topic of discussion. To date, in my knowledge, Morrisville has never responded to any of these requests. They've always said that they're open to it, that they don't have an opposition to it. But when we asked for the details, give us a framework, how do we do this? How do we bring this back? There has been no response back. The fourth option, which came out as a result of the construction costs of all the other options being relatively the same and in the same order of magnitude, was what would it cost us to build our own plant? And as part of the evaluation, we need to look at that because it was previously looked at. And it was previously looked at Mathews Park. So the design capacity would be 4 million gallons a day. It would initially be permitted at 3.55 MGD. And that's based on the agreement and the amount of capacity that is being reserved for both Yardley Borough and Lower Makefield at the Morrisville Municipal Authority treatment plant. It does include Yardley Borough reducing their treatment plant proportion from 12 to 6%. However, once Morrisville has been removed, the percentage goes up. It does require Yardley Borough participation in this. The proportionate share of costs would be split based upon the allocated capacity, with Lower Makefield being responsible for 88% of the cost, Yardley Borough being responsible for 12% of the cost. This does include and require that Lower Makefield donate a portion of the Macclesfield Park land for the construction of the treatment plant. It does require that a pump station and force main be located down at Ferry Road at approximately the boundary between Lower Makefield and Marshall Borough that would pump the lower flows up to the proposed treatment plant. It also provides the potential for a new joint sewer authority between Lower Makefield Township and Yardley Borough, which would allow for the potential for common staff and common savings for the collection systems, not only the treatment plant, but the collection systems. And it would allow for the opportunity for a flow proportional or cost proportional board representation for both Lower Makefield Township and Yardley Borough. Okay, Monica. The fifth option that was analyzed would be to convey all of the existing wastewater in the Marshall area to the Neshaminy Interceptor, which is owned and operated by Bucks County Water and Sewer Authority, for treatment down at the city of Philadelphia. So this would include the conveyance of both Yardley and Lower Makefield's flows, because of the flows from Lower Makefield flow into Yardley Borough, flow through Yardley Borough, back into Lower Makefield, down to approximately Ferry Road. The proportion here, because it would be based on actual flows and not the MMA agreement, slightly changed. It's the Lower Makefield Township portion is 84%. The Yardley Borough portion is 16%, because this will be based on actual flows rather than the agreement. The conceptual route will be a pump station down near Ferry Road, which is the same location that the pump station would be if we were going to the Lower Bucks County Joint Authority, whether we were going to our own treatment plant at Makefield. Force main would then basically, pump station will pump it through a 30-inch force main along Ferry Road to Big Oak Road to Township Line Road. And then while it could potentially discharge into the Big Oak Road Interceptor, discussions with Bucks County Water and Sewer Authority said that they don't believe that there's existing capacity. So the force main would actually have to be extended parallel to the existing gravity interceptor, because it's less expensive to install a new force main than it is to upgrade existing gravity, all the way to the Neshaminy Interceptor. This is a length of approximately 44,000 linear feet. It does require the same easements for the pump station. There are additional easements required for portions of the force main, although the majority of it has been assumed to be installed in the public right-of-way of the roads. Bucks County Water and Sewer Authority would charge a tapping fee of almost $22 million, as they do for any and all connections. Bucks County Water and Sewer Authority is not receptive to any additional board representation. They believe that they're already represented by the county, but they would not provide Lower Makefield a specific seat on the table. The biggest issue with this option is really that capacity is not available in the Neshaminy Interceptor. As a matter of fact, the PADP has a corrective action plan, as well as Lower Makefield is a part of their overall corrective action plan that requires a flow reduction and not the expansion of the interceptor as the goal and objective of that, not only of the DEP, but also by the EPA. And as a result of that corrective action plan, Bucks County Water and Sewer Authority is operating under a connection management plan where they limit the number of connections until each and every township meets its milestones for I&I reduction or implementation of I&I measures. And as a result of them doing this work, they will then be released CDUs, which is one of the reasons that we're doing the lining project and the manhole rehab project. The other concern is that because Bucks County Water and Sewer Authority is relatively close to its overall capacity it has with the city of Philadelphia, these additional flows may require them to amend the existing agreement with the city of Philadelphia. The other major concern is that the city of Philadelphia has a combined sewer system where right now their storm sewers and their sanitary sewers are in the same pipes. And when it rains, it overflows into the river. Well, DEP and EPA are requiring them to separate their storm sewer from their sanitary sewer. As a result of that, it's expected and has been represented by the City of Philadelphia and Bucks County Water and Sewer Authority that the sewer rental rates right now are increasing from 1% to 2% per year, will increase from 5% to 7% per year in the coming years. The final item that was done in the overall evaluation was really to do a cost analysis and cost summary of viable options. So the first thing that we did was we evaluated what options were viable. And by viable, we mean what can be implementable today based on the current facts that we know. And that's the standard that DEP has established for us to do this alternative analysis. As part of the analysis, we have to prove that it's implementable today in order for it to ultimately become a selected alternative. So the conveyance to Bucks County Water, or excuse me, the conveyance to Lower Bucks County Joint Municipal Authority was determined to be viable because we could implement it. The Morrisville Municipal Authority ability to construct the wastewater treatment plant at the U.S. Steel site has been determined to be a feasible and viable alternative. The ability for Lower Makefield to build its own treatment plant at Makefield Park has also been determined to be a viable alternative. The alternatives that were not determined to be not be viable was the upgrade to the existing Morrisville Municipal Authority wastewater treatment plant, simply because Morrisville Municipal Authority has taken this off the table. It's their property, it's their permit. We can't force them to do this. And the Morrisville Municipal Authority has already proceeded with the design and approvals for the new wastewater treatment plant on the U.S. Steel property. The second alternative was determined not to be viable is conveyance to the Bucks County Water and Sewer Authority to Chamonix Interceptor, simply because capacity does not exist on that property or in the existing interceptor today. DEP and the EPA are reluctant to have them expand that. And the City of Philadelphia, or the Bucks County Water and Sewer Authority, does not currently want to open up their contract with the City of Philadelphia because they're in an existing contract that protects them. When they have to renew that contract, the terms and conditions can be changed. So of the three viable alternatives, we have identified the capital costs and then the user fees. The capital costs are the cost of actual construction and purchase of EDUs. This is what it costs Lower Makefield to actually connect and have our flows go to this treatment option. The total cost for the Lower Bucks County Joint Municipal Authority is approximately $51 million. The conveyance costs are made up of conveyance costs of $38,250,000, a capital contribution of approximately $12,700,000. Now, the conveyance cost estimate is based on the most conservative, which is recommended to always be done so that you're properly funding the project. The construction of the Morrisville Municipal Authority wastewater treatment plant was done assuming a cost less than the third-party engineer, which used a 25% contingency. It was really done using a cost of approximately 110 to 117 million. And that has a capital cost of 48 million, about $48.5 million. The cost for the Lower Makefield Township treatment plant, just because of the order of magnitude, because we don't have the flows of Yardley Borough, would be at $54,323,800. I want to go back to the Morrisville Municipal Authority new treatment plant at U.S. Steel. This assumes that Falls Township does participate or someone else funds the allocation to Falls Township. These costs could go up by approximately 10 to 15%, which would be $5 to $7 million additional dollars for this option if Falls Township does not commit or someone else, whether it be U.S. Steel or Morrisville Municipal Authority, funds the allocation of costs that they have for Falls Township. The ultimate impact are what are our user fees? And these are the user fees just for treatment. Lower Makefield Township still has to pay to operate and maintain our own collection system, do the corrective actions that are required in Lower Makefield to comply with our corrective action plans, to reduce our INI, to maintain and upgrade our pump stations there. The user fees for the Lower Bucks County Joint Municipal Authority is $763 per EDU per year. One of the reasons that's high is that they are charging us not only a tapping fee, but then a full retail user rate. The advantage of paying the full retail user rate is that their rates over time have only gone up an average of 5% every 3 years, and there's no capital contributions. Once we buy in, we're done. We no longer have to participate in a clarifier upgrade, in a blower upgrade. That's all taken care of. Unfortunately, because we're paying retail rates, we're also paying for capital improvement projects that take place in their collection system that don't benefit users of Lower Makefield Township. So there's a give and a take with that. On the new wastewater treatment plant at the U.S. Steel site, it's approximately $447 per year. That does include a small allocation over time for capital improvements, because we still would be a partner under today's agreement with them. However, because there's a large number of users, our actual operating costs are significantly lower. And we're paying truly, not even wholesale rates, we're paying partner rates as you go through there. The user fees for the Lower Makefield treatment plant will be approximately $700 a year. Once again, these are higher because A, there's lower users. But as part of my analysis, if we were to own it and maintain it, I basically put a capital replacement program in there so that we are fully funding and basically depreciating equipment. So if a blower has a life of 15 years, we'll save the cost replacement cost of 1/15 every year. So when a piece of equipment breaks, we are on a cash basis moving forward. We have the money in the bank to do that. Good long-term planning, but it does increase user rates. So that is a summary of the report, the full analysis that I prepared, as well as the executive summary. And I'm here to answer any and all questions that the board has on this. And we've really developed this and taken this to a point where we would stop it if there is a consideration for another option or another stakeholder that would be involved in this. That this is then at that point ready before a selected alternative will be made.
Thank you, Fred. I just have one question before I open it up to the board. On your last page, your summary of costs and your EDU rate with the new wastewater treatment plant in Morrisville, it doesn't consider the annualized capitalization costs that we pay now.
No, basically what it includes is a reduced allocation of $500,000 a year. Historically, lately, because of these upgrades, we've been paying well over $1 million for this. I did also want to clarify that in the sewer subcommittee, we completed our analysis, and then we have not met since we've completed this report. And the sewer subcommittee did not evaluate the sale because ultimately the sale is irrelevant into what option would be analyzed. So I did want to clarify that when the committee stopped meeting, I then compiled all the information and input of them to develop these reports.
No, okay. Thank you very much.
Sorry.
I understand that. We have our options. I'll open up the board comment. Anybody want to have any questions to Ms. Reber or comments? Mr. Grenier.
Yeah. Fred, I'm looking for you on the screen there. How you doing?
Yep.
Hey, couple questions. Just so everyone knows, I've been on the sewer subcommittee with Mr. Ebert, and I've been the sewer authority liaison since I joined the board. Very professional man, and I've enjoyed working with you on that. I'll say that up front. couple quick, I'm looking at, I'm just going back over the timeline. The time frame for the analyses were roughly August, September timeframe of 2018 through, I'll say, and ended up in April of 19, right?
That is correct. Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's,
No.
I'm just reading the report. So since that time, I'm curious on one of the options that we discussed, because they seem to have vacillated a little bit even when we were doing the analysis. And one other version, the Lower Bucks County Joint Municipal Authority, if I got that acronym fully stated. Before that was done, that was one of our earlier ones, if I remember correctly, back in October of 18. Now, before you proceeded in great detail with this, a member of the sewer, a fellow member of the sewer subcommittee, I believe at the time, who's also in the sewer authority, Scott Frente, and I took Lower Bucks County Joint Municipal Authority up on their invitation to visit and tour their facilities, which was, and I've also toured MMA. I don't know who else has, but it's a very unique experience to tour wastewater treatment plants if you've never done it. The smell stays with you. It's not something you soon forget. But at that point, Lower Bucks said they were not going to charge an initial connection fee of 12 or 15 million, whatever. And I know they told you that after the fact. So I guess my question is, since it's been a year and a half-ish, maybe even more than that since then, have you had any conversations with them in terms of where they're currently at with that opinion?
I did talk to Dr. Vijay Raput in the late fall, November timeframe on that, and his position had not changed at all on that. So I did verify that in late fall, November or December. I did verify that had not changed there, and he had not had any additional input from his board members that would change that opinion. But he had discussed it with them. Okay,
that's something of interest there, because I think that may be something we could discuss if it's an actual option that may actually, if that big picture, if that fee wasn't there, it changes. It doesn't change it fundamentally, but it changes the numbers significantly. That it could be a real strong option. Similar but a little different is Bucks County Water and Sewer. We talked about tying into the Chamonix Interceptor and all that. There's been a lot of, I'll say, rumor mill about Bucks County Water and Sewer potentially building their own treatment plant down at US Steel somewhere. There's all different things going on that we hear. At the same time, since that was a little later in the game, I think that was April of 19 when we looked at that one. There's been new leadership at the county level. I don't know if their board's changed at all, but the commissioners have changed and all that. Have you had any follow-up conversations or heard anything else specific to the county?
I have not at all. And I actually asked them, and they're currently committed until the end of their contract with the city of Philadelphia. And because that is approximately a 10-year period, I couldn't consider as part of this evaluation any what ifs that could happen in 10 years. Because I think DEP and everyone's going to force a selection of an alternative. And the DEP has been very patient with us going through it. We work very closely in informing them. But there is nothing that's imminent. And I did directly ask if there was an option in 5 years. Yeah. And there was no option in the 5-year horizon. But I did not ask beyond that.
Okay. I'm just curious because there's been so many moving parts in the last year that it's piques my interest sometime. A couple of quick ones. Now the sewer subcommittee, we were basically, let's see. Yeah, that jives with what I was thinking. The last option we looked at was April of 19. I believe that's the same time that we authorized PFM to move forward with the sewer sale review. And we're effectively put on hold until PFM did their analysis, which our initial thought was they would have, we'd be essentially where we're at with, and don't worry, Dave, I'm not getting into details here, I promise, that we would have information on that end of things, November, December timeframe of last year, rather than, 8 months later, wherever we're at. So sewer subcommittee's been on hold since April of 19, has not reviewed other options to date, including the sale. I'll say that's as far as I'll go, Dave, I promise. Or potentially a new authority or any of that stuff. We haven't done any of that. So I just it would be interesting to do if we could. Now, I guess my question is, in terms of, actually, Dave, could I ask him, generally speaking, we have several options, I think 4 options here, all roughly about 50 million. Were any of those options as part of the sewer sale, were they just given a generic number to deal with, to consider, or were they given a specific option to look at?
I guess, and I would not go much farther than that, and not because of the main issues, because we're still court order, so that's why I have that concern. But
no, I understand, and that's as far as I was curious about. That's all. But it's probably not neither here nor there, actually, because it looked to me like it was a generic number. And I guess my main question then is, when were you, because the sewer subcommittee did not review this report, they didn't recommend this report, they didn't vet this report, they didn't ask for this report. So I'm curious, when and why were you asked to publish this report, which I think the sewer subcommittee would probably consider a draft report, given that we haven't reviewed everything yet?
Well, this report was actually requested by the Board of Supervisors. So while the sewer subcommittee did the evaluation process, the full summary was to go back into them. This report was started in the fall of last year. I was requested to prepare this beginning in probably September of October. We went through and evaluated this thing, and it was not presented to anyone until it was fully presented to the Board of Supervisors on June 25th. Once the sewer sale option procedure had gone through, we paused, the same as the sewer subcommittee did, while the sale went through, because if the sale was not going to be an option, then this report and the sewer subcommittee would have continued to meet and identify potentially a recommendation. Whereas if the sewer sale was a possibility, then it wouldn't necessarily be appropriate to come into a recommendation or a conclusion, because there potentially could be a third-party stakeholder. There could also be an additional alternative that if a sale went through, that would be created, that would then go back to the sewer subcommittee for the final selection of an alternative. So this was really on hold because the objective changes whether or not the Board of Supervisors entertains a sale or not.
Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you. That's all my questions.
Mr. Lewis?
Yeah, so MMA offered us a retail customer option. Why didn't the sewer subcommittee review that or analyze that to get rough pricing estimates?
They really did. There was nothing done that was completed on that cost. It was a preliminary conversation that was had, and they did offer that as a potential possibility in their May 23rd letter, I believe. So they did offer that, but the rates would be considerably higher than if we're an actual partner. But we could evaluate that option.
So we weren't given numbers from them to evaluate that option.
Well, no, and we did request them, and they did initially indicate a willingness to participate in the RFP process. And I think we're actually pre-qualified and then decided that they did not want to participate. So that would have been the opportunity for Morrisville to have gone through the RFP process and for us to become a retail customer of them or direct customers of them.
But the RFP process was based around selling our conveyance system, right? So they might not have wanted to buy our pipes, but continued to want to take our wastewater, right? So I guess I don't understand why that option wasn't vetted and why we didn't get a rough estimate on that so that we could do an apples to apples comparison.
We did actually ask them for that cost.
I haven't seen a letter that says that we did, and I never saw a response.
I was involved
I have
in
the May
meeting.
23rd letter.
Yeah. I was involved.
I was never informed of a response to that letter.
John, if you could just let him respond. He referenced the May 23rd letter. You're acknowledging the May 23rd letter, and I think he's trying to say something.
I'm reclaiming my time.
Okay.
Go ahead. So you want to answer?
Well, yeah, no, we actually had a direct meeting with them as a result of this letter, actually in the township building, where we discussed that as a possibility. We actually had two main topics during that thing. Was one, a regional authority, and number two was the option to, what does it look like for us to be a retail customer? Now, did we follow through on that? No. Did they follow through on that? No. So did it die on the vine? Yes, but we directly had that. And we said, and that was even before the sale really went through, a full process that was prior to the RFP going out.
Okay. So what happens if we sell our conveyance system? Who would process our wastewater in that scenario?
They would, that would be it's done two ways. As far as they would then become a stakeholder in this overall decision-making process. So they would have the same group of alternatives and evaluations. They may have additional options as to who to. It very well may be Morrisville Municipal Authority at US Steel. That may be their selected alternative. They will most likely, if it's a PUC regulated entity, it would be they would do a business decision. Same as Bucks County Water and Sewer Authority would evaluate, is it cheaper for them to bring it to the city of Philadelphia, or is it cheaper for them to be a partner in there? So they would basically, all we would be doing would be assigning our responsibility under any and all agreements to that third party. So all of our contracts would remain valid. They wouldn't disappear. And any selected alternative would ultimately need to be reviewed and approved by the DEP. So the fact that, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, and so what percentage of our expenses is conveyance versus processing? Because most of it's processing, not conveyance, right?
Up until now, I would say, and I'm guessing because I don't know the numbers 100%, but it was probably 70-30, 70 being treatment and 30 being conveyancing. It's probably getting a little bit closer to 60-40 because we're now spending more, we're being forced to do more capital projects that we haven't done for the last 10 years. So it may be getting 60-40. I don't know the exact numbers, but that's the appropriate range. It's not 50-50. It's always more in treatment.
And that's fully understandable. So in the event of a sale, right, the new owner of the conveyance system would probably likely continue with the current mix between Bucks County Water and Sewer and MMA because the agreements would be conferred to them. At least,
absolutely.
Yeah.
They would initially wouldn't have an option until something changed, and any change that they would make would need to be reviewed and approved by DEP.
So, and part of the question of that is then a new owner, right, that's PUC regulated, every dollar that they spend in processing has to be marked up so that they make a profit on it. It's the PUC regulatory way, right? So any expense they incur, they get to go to the PUC and, hey, this is an expense we're incurring, and it needs to be marked up and reflected in the rates.
Mr. Lewis, you may have crossed the line when you're talking about PUC. Obviously, the two bidders we have are both PUC entities, so I think.
Well, no. One of the bidders is not. So one of the bidders that is not the Bucks County Water and Sewer Authority was a bidder. They're not a PUC regulated entity.
I'm talking about the two remaining ones. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, I wasn't aware there was a vote to disqualify the one you mentioned, but I don't want to talk about the details of that. So the reason why I asked the question, I'm trying to dig in here, is in the event of any sale, the treatment's not going to change likely. And now that the dollars associated with that treatment, depending on the purchaser.
Mr. Lewis, you can't talk about the sale. The court order was very specific, and you should know this because obviously there's been some discussions behind the scenes about that. We cannot discuss anything about the sale itself.
Okay.
And that's a court order.
Yeah. So let me move to another option that was not considered. My understanding is TOFA also has a connection to the Neshaminy Interceptor. Was that looked at all? Was there any discussions with TOFA, the Township of Falls Authority, considered?
I would say no. I mean, they already own that. We already convey flows through TOFA.
Do some, yeah.
And we have a closer, and we have as good and closer to larger size pipes. So there was no identified large capacity pipe in there, but we did not investigate going down into Falls Township to locate an interceptor and that portion of it. So that was not an option that was identified by the Board of Supervisors or that we were tasked to evaluate. And it did not come up as another viable option the way the Makefield option came up or the potential sale of the system came up throughout the evaluation process. So no, that was not evaluated.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions to Mr. Reber?
None for me.
Fred, just because you mentioned a couple of times overtures to various entities, various townships and other authorities about forming a new governing body. Did anyone come back and make a tentative commitment?
No.
Okay. Did you ever consider, what the costs of forming such a new governing agency would be in addition to, if any additional costs would be involved?
I did not in this specific case, but I have currently put one together, and there's a significant amount of cost that's involved in creating a new governance and establishing it, and the agreements that are involved, as well as getting the municipal commitments to finance the ultimate implementation of the purpose of that regional authority or joint authority.
In your working with the our sewer authority and the subcommittee, I know there were some meetings, I think without, that you weren't attending, as far as other municipalities and the authority, Morrisville Municipal Authority, and with Yardley's Municipal Authority or Sewer Authority about possibilities of forming a expanded authority in the near future. Has anybody come to you? Have you gone to any of the players to get any kind of tentative commitment?
No, we did. We went to Morrisville numerous times, but they were the only ones. We did not approach Yardley directly on these, but Morrisville, we did it. It was a topic of discussion in almost every meeting that I attended it.
Okay, but you never got any sense of Yardley coming to you?
No.
To form a new authority?
No, I did not.
Okay, and you've never heard from Morrisville's Municipal Authority that that they actually want to make us an actual partner with them?
No, I have not.
Okay, thanks. Okay, well, there being no further comments, is there any public comment, Monica?
Yes, Peter's on the line.
Okay. All right, Peter, give your full name, and we know you don't want to give your address, so go ahead.
Peter LaChance, constable. Also, I was in this business of water, wastewater privatization for a long time. like to, I don't know if Mr. Ebert can respond to my questions, but I have two. I know that he was explaining why the report was not given to the full board of supervisors and to the sewer authority of LMT until June 25th. I am not satisfied that the report that was ready much before that time wasn't given to those entities. It might have been given to specific people on the board, but was not made available to the full board. I've never seen a process like this go forward without full transparency. So that's my number one concern. Number two, you mentioned Dr. Weiss did ask about, did anyone come to you with the idea of a new authority? I just feel like, okay, that's not something that you just kind of sit on your hands and wait for people to come forth. That's something that should be prosecuted, going out and really looking for parties that are interested. You said you talked to MMUA, Morrisville Municipal Authority, about it, but I think the idea of forming a new authority, you admit that you only looked into that recently. It would be costly, but you don't have any numbers for us. This is something that my understanding, and I could be wrong, my understanding is that surrounding towns were told, look, we'll consider that later. We have to put our heads together on this stuff, and this was in the fall of 2019. And then lo and behold, bids were put out with very few people's knowledge. And then towns were kind of left saying, what the heck's going on? We didn't get our chance to talk about this. So that's my second concern, Mr. Ebert.
I'm not sure how the board wants me to respond to those comments.
Well, I mean,
I also want to say that Mr. LaChance is involved in the litigation, so we have to be very careful. I don't think he's.
But I will, and this is one of the things that I was commenting on, Mr. Ebert, and there was a meeting on July 10th, 2019, between the Borough of Yardley, Morrisville Municipal Authority, and representative of the Lower Makefield Township Board of Supervisors. I have the minutes here, and it was brought up, the conversation that we at the time we may have decided to resolve our issues by the end of 2019, which of course we didn't. The parties involved, the Yardley Borough Sewer Authority, the Yardley Borough Governance Council, and the Morrisville's representative John Miranda were all present, discussed what was going on, given a total update, did want to meet with us, expressed an interest to go forward with us, but yet in the year since, and that's why I asked you, you've not heard from Yardley Borough, you've not heard from Yardley Municipal Authority, and you've definitely not heard from Morrisville. Am I incorrect?
You are correct.
I am correct. Thank you very much. Mr. Ferguson, did you get any more data from that maybe that the Board of Supervisors didn't get?
Oh, I don't have any other data. There were conversations that Mr. Ebert talked about with various groups, and those, I believe we hired PFM only because we had our July meeting at the July 1st. I think the previous year was July 3rd was when they came on, and we had been investigating that for a couple of months before then. So I do know, because I've spoken to those other towns, including the Yardley Borough Director, MMA, even the former Falls Township Manager at that time, that they were aware that this was underway.
Mr. McCartney, James, so
Yes,
did you speak to anyone from Falls Township?
I did. I spoke with Jeff Rocco, who is one of the township supervisors, and he had said that he was aware. He's been there for about 8 years. He said he was aware that there were some talks at some point, but nothing had materialized in the past 8 years that he had been there.
Did you ever talk to him about forming a joint authority? I know it would be, in an unofficial capacity. Did he ever show interest to you?
Didn't seem like there was any interest on his behalf, no.
Okay. Mr. Ebert, did Falls Township ever come to you? Or did you ever, you said you might have talked to Falls Authority once or twice?
I followed up with Tim Hartman, who is the executive director, numerous times to see if there was a commitment for them to participate in the MMA. And during all of those, and during none of those conversations, did they indicate a willingness to join an authority or even a discussion of a regional authority that involved Falls Township.
Okay, Mr. Ochance makes an assertion that we never knew about this information. Is there board minutes, authority minutes, going over this information?
Yes.
Okay, and how far back can we go where this stuff has been discussed, the alternatives?
I mean, this overall discussion basically goes back to the beginning of my appointment. And since I've been appointed, this has been discussed at almost every authority meeting, different alternatives going through leading up to this.
Thank you. Mr. Truelove, have you ever been approached by any other municipality to query us on joining us into an expanded authority?
I have not.
Thank you.
Are we in receipt of the June 30th, 2020 letter from Yardley Borough with their resolution specifically asking us to sit down?
That's talking about the sewer sale. No, I'm not going to talk about it.
That's actually was about creating a new authority. And since I attended that meeting with their authority and the borough, a few months later, there was another meeting, the same type, that I was unable to attend. I think Mr. Ebert was invited to that one, but was unable to attend as well. So this is, and I've also spoken with people from Morrisville, both MMA, because when I did a tour there, and Morrisville Council. So to a person, their feeling, and I can only say their feeling, I'll say that up front, is that they have always felt that they felt that they needed to wait until Lower Makefield had some level of decision at hand before Lower Makefield would sit with them and actually discuss the possibility, and I'm not saying it's the right possibility, but would discuss the possibility of creating a new authority with our surrounding neighbors.
Mr. Ferguson, we got 2 letters from Morrisville Municipal Authority talking about a possible future relationship. Did any of them ever talk about establishing a new governing authority?
Well, I don't believe it talked about that.
I don't want to put you on the spot, but I think it was the last year there was a letter requesting what we wanted to do for the future. It gave us options. Do you remember what those options were?
Nothing concerning the governance. It had more to do with the options as far as the plant, and even the reference to the May letter had to do with timeliness of a decision.
You had your turn, Mr. Lewis. Thank you. It's my turn now. So there was a recent, and thank you, Peter. We appreciate your comment.
Can I do a follow-up?
No, your 3 minutes are up. I apprate it. Thank you.
I actually took
that's
about,
enough. That's
took about 1 minute, Fred.
You've had 3. I'm looking at the time. So, Mr. Ferguson, and I don't mean to press this, but in the year and 2 months since since the board has been dealing with this, have we kept anything from anybody that you know of?
I haven't kept anything from anyone. Now, if someone would put together an email that was overlooked or something, I'm not going to guarantee that. But as far as options or things of that sort, there's not been any conscious.
I'm just trying to wrap this around my head, because
But I mean, listen, in the end, the staff that we have to deal with sewers are Mr. Ebert, myself, Mr. Hucklebridge, who's the Public Works Director. We deal with it on a staff level. Frankly, half the time we're trying to get a hold of MMA and there isn't much coordination, frankly. We're still trying to reconcile 2017 expenses that we still haven't received yet. So, frankly, my conversations with them are minimal because things are troublesome. So there are periodic emails coming over asking for payment. We ask for verification for those bills. More often than not, we don't get it, and it takes months and months to get that correspondence. And that has been, for the most part, the limits of discussion on a day-to-day basis that we have.
Because it's becoming confusing, to me at least, that we've done all of this work, and I'm trying to get the disconnect from Falls Township, from Yardley Borough, from Yardley Municipal Authority, from Morrisville Borough, from Morrisville Municipal Authority, on something that we missed when two members of the Board of Supervisors have been on the sewer subcommittee for multiple years. I was on the sewer subcommittee for 1 year, and I'm trying to grasp, and because this is important, of the alternatives, which all seem to be about the same anyway, that given that $50 million figure, how that, even when we asked to be part of a larger governing authority to the players, even with that, even if we got a response, I'm trying to think, how does that change the calculus of that $50 million? So,
but Fred, let me say something. You're not going to hear anything about the governance from anybody because it's the most controversial piece of it. In the end, we can sit in concept, and I think Fred will attest to this. He deals with these things. Nobody wants to talk about that because in the end, the question's going to be, who has majority control of those boards? And, I know, and Fred didn't bring this up before, Fred had one conversation with the executive director of the Falls Authority asking about a conversation. And the executive director said, well, I'm not going to pay any staff to be there, but if you dazzle me with the presentation, I'll certainly listen. Because in the end, and I've been part of these things in another part of the state, the battle ends up being, in the end, who has majority of the board. And, in the end, if you have a Morrisville Municipal Authority that essentially has control of the board, and you have Falls Township that has essentially their own authority, that we would be saying to them, let's create this authority and you can cede control of your board. Those are the issues that sometimes take quite a long time to get. Those aren't quick discussions. Those are controversial. Those are heated. And a lot of times things break down there. Fred, I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong on that point.
You're absolutely correct. And that's why I think it has been brought up, because it ends up stopping everything going there. But it is the most important item on there ultimately. And that's why most of these options blow up. And the most economical option is oftentimes not chosen because it's a matter of long-term control for various reasons.
If I could offer just an observation, I don't want to prolong this, but anytime a regional authority is conceived, the first and most difficult part to overcome or to create is the intermunicipal agreement. Who's in? What's the relative shares? And everybody's got to agree on this. And that it can be like herding cats. I'll give you an example. We referenced Lower Bucks Joint Municipal Authority. That basically is the authority for Levittown, which is part of Tullytown, part of Falls, part of Middletown, part of Bristol Township. For some reason, back when it was conceived back in the 50s, Middletown and Falls decided they did not want to send representatives. Don't ask me why. That's a history that's, I'm sure, been reported erroneously since then. But nevertheless, the two remaining municipalities, Tullytown Borough and Bristol Township, control the board. So they control the board for the remaining areas of Levittown, which some they don't have representation. Some of them, Duke Falls and Middletown now regret that they don't have representatives. I've heard that they do. But again, if we go back to the original creation of an intermunicipal agreement, the devil's in the details, and always is. And that's because every place wants to make sure that they represent. It's natural. They want to represent their places effectively, and they feel like they have to have a sufficient seat on the board. It's not an easy thing to do. That's always the first threshold challenge for any of those circumstances. So I just want to, Fred or Kurt, if you disagree, let me know. But that's my understanding.
Solicitor Truelove, did you review a letter responding to the May 29th letter from MMA at all? Did we respond to them?
I don't have one.
No, we did not respond to them.
So they wrote a letter and we didn't respond to them.
I don't recall that letter asked for a discussion about a regional authority.
No, it did ask for retail rates. We just didn't respond to the letter.
Well, I don't know that. I'm sorry, John. I'm actually reading it. Really, the purpose of the letter was to inform us that they were terminating our operations and that they were proceeding with a 5 MGD plant and that we were no longer included. They did follow up and say that we're receptive to increasing the plant design to accommodate our flows, but they never really said that they would consider us a retail customer as I'm reading it. Because I know I had a conversation with them about a retail customer, but it says they'll offer us a new interlocal agreement identifying treatment options, take the form of bulk customer on a flow basis, rates based on debt service, operation, and capital, or depending on the results, MMA may consider the purchase of a portion of the system that flows to MMA. But they never really said or offered a retail in that actual letter, unless I'm missing it.
So Fred, what can you like dumb it down for a guy like me, what that means?
This letter is really a threat. This letter says, listen, we're basically going to terminate our service. We're going to move down the U.S. Steel. Go do your own design and your own analysis because we're proceeding with a smaller size treatment plant that does not include capacity for you. If you change your mind in the very near future, give us a call. But otherwise, we're assuming that you're selected another alternative. So it's a threat, really. And you know.
Okay. Thanks.
And we just didn't respond to the letter, though. We didn't talk to them. We haven't provided any written response to MMA about becoming a bulk customer or a regional authority then. Has there been a written response?
Not that I'm aware of.
No,
so we never responded to those guys with an offer about how that could operate.
That's correct.
Okay.
And I don't know that they really asked for that. It was please treat this notification with urgency because we're proceeding with they were basically making a statement of fact and not asking for a response, but saying this is their position and where it's going. And says, you know, they do say if you wish to engage us, contact us, but they're not asking for a response to that, to my knowledge.
Fred, I also would like to point out that letter was presented at 2 meetings to the sewer authority, at their June meeting and their October meeting. And I believe the response, and I'd have to look back at the minutes, but I remember when it was done, that letter, as Mr. Ebert had deemed a threat, was the same way that the sewer authority interpreted that when it was given to them at those meetings.
But my understanding is that Yardley Borough got the same letter. They didn't feel threatened. They initiated discussions.
Well, again, it also went to the sewer authority, and there wasn't an instruction from the sewer authority either based on the framework for that letter that we should give them a response back.
I don't know if everyone's aware of this, but we also got a letter just recently, June 23rd from MMA. It's a very brief one, Fred Ebert. I don't know if you've seen this one.
I have not.
It was not at all detailed. It was very brief. It was 3 sentences long, I think. You'll recall that we have offered several times the past year to meet with the Board of Supervisors to review MMA plans, have people visit to familiarize everyone with current site operations issues and review rates. Those offers remain open. We can also arrange to visit the site of the proposed new facility. If interested, please contact us. So I don't know if everyone's seen that, but that was something that they sent to the township on June 23rd. So I think one of the issues is now that we're actually, and this is a little bit of human nature, I think. it's clear that the township is moving forward with something, whatever that something is. It's clear that we're doing something. So now the folks around us are saying, "Oh, something. We better get off our butts and do something about it." So,
Well,
Dr. Weiss, I understand your points about, hey, this is, it's the 11th. Excuse me. It's the 11th hour a little bit. But I think they've woken up. Maybe it's too late, but I understand your points. But I know that our actions have lit a fire under the proverbial backsides of a few folks that it probably should have happened earlier than it is now. So I'll just put that out there.
I understand, but reality is, could be the game's over and you can't play the same game again once the game's over. So I'll leave it at that unless there's other public comment, Monica.
Yes, Robert's on the line.
Okay. Robert, give your full name, address, and make your comment.
Robert Abrams, 652 Teach Drive. I believe Dan made a comment that now the information that was used, I guess, would be about 18 months old, which means all the data now becomes old and we're making decisions on old data. Okay, that makes absolutely no sense. I'm looking here at an article. I don't know where it's from, but apparently, and I saw the letter posted, there was a letter that came from Yardley, I believe the day before, the day Mr. Hale filed in Bucks County Court, asking you to hold up on the vote and to get in touch with them and sit down and have a meeting, which you didn't respond to. They want to sit down and have a meeting.
Mr. Abrams, that's part of litigation right now. That we cannot do anything that's going to affect it.
Well, hold on. My point is nothing about the litigation.
Well, but
my point is
That's part of the litigation. It's actually an exhibit to the injunction petition.
That's fine.
I disagree.
The point being made, okay, let me change my point. My point is you have been contacted. You have been asked to sit down. You have been asked to meet, and you refuse to do so.
Except for
and the bottom line, and the bottom line,
2019, sir. That was already discussed. There was a meeting.
The bottom line to this whole thing is the taxpayers are going to pay. You can be as obstinate as you want, but your positions now force the taxpayer to have to pay. And the number is going to be $50 million, no matter how you slice the deck, until you sit down and talk about it. That's number one. Number two, our increases for sewer, Mr. Ferguson has told us for the last 2 years, are because of excessive flows due to excessive rain. I want to know how much our credits are, because we're coming pretty close to a drought situation. And I can't believe that we have excessive flows when it hasn't rained here heavily in almost a month. Now, get off your high horses, get over to Morrisville, go talk to them. If they want Yardley and Borough included, go bring them into the meeting, bring Peter LaChance into the meeting, who has experience, bring Dan into the meeting, who's a professional, and stop screwing with the public. Because that's where we are. You're screwing with the public. 75% increase over a 2-year period is absurd. Uncalled for, especially in a pandemic where the unemployment rate in Pennsylvania was as high as 45%. Bottom line is, I'm looking at I'm almost done. I'm looking at 9 pictures and not one of you is doing your jobs. Now I'm done.
Thank you. I think it's going to cost more than $50 million, no matter which option we would pick. So I just put that out there. Any other public comment, Monica?
Yes, Jackie's on the line.
Okay.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, Jackie, go ahead. Full name and
Hi,
address and
I'm
give your
Jack.
comment.
Hi, I'm Jackie Denton, and I live on Friar Drive in Yardley. And I have a couple comments. I would like to say that I want to ask, why do we want to give up control to our outsiders when Lower Makefield can make the best decisions for ourselves regarding the sewer issue? This will only raise our rates. And the other thing I want to ask is, why isn't the letter from Yardley Borough discussed tonight? As discussed, new joint authority. And the third thing I'd like to say is Peter LaChance isn't a party to the lawsuit that is going on about the sewer system. Thank you.
I can answer all three of those. First of all, the two items previously mentioned are part of the sewer sale, and we can't discuss that per court order. Mr. LaChance has an affidavit that's attached to the petition that discusses a text exchange he had with a supervisor. It's an integral part of the petition that was filed. So to indicate that he's not part of the lawsuit is incorrect. It's absolutely incorrect.
But he's a petitioner, but he didn't make himself part of the suit.
He has an affidavit that's affirmatively part of the petition. It's like somebody verifying that I agree with what's going on, and I want this as part of the pleading. It's exactly what it is. It's an exhibit to the petition. So please don't tell me that it's not part of the litigation. It's embedded in the litigation.
Okay.
All right. I
So
mean,
why do we want to give up control to
I can't remember what exhibit
outsiders?
number it is, but it's one of the exhibits to the petition that was filed June 30th.
So why do we want to give up
that Smith's, and he has text exchanges with a board member right there in the affidavit.
So why do we want to give up rights to our sewer system and have someone else be controlling us and raising our rates and increasing, so to speak, our taxes and so on and so forth, when we should be able to control our own community? You're already giving up farms. Shady Brook's going to go away soon because you gave up Prickett Farm. So now you're going to give away our sewer system. So what are we going to have left?
I recommend no response only because of the sale issue that's pending in the court, because it implicates a discussion of the sale.
Thank you, Jackie, for your comment.
No further public comment.
All right. Mr. Ebert, I appreciate your presentation. It was definitely eye-opening for me, and I'm sure to many members of the board.
Thank you. Stay well, guys.
You too.
Fred.
Thanks, Fred.
Thanks, Fred.
All right. Item 11, engineers report. Mr. Pocket.
You're on mute, Andy.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yep.
All right, hi Supervisor. I'm jumping right into the agenda items. I am sharing my screen with you now. What you see on the screen there is an exhibit that was provided by Wolson, who is the contractor at the Caddis development. This is an aerial photo of the development. Dobry Road is running along the top of the screen. Oxford Valley Road is running down the right side of the screen. Maybe I can move that over there. Oxford Valley Road is running down the right side of the screen. The contractor, as part of this project, has to reconstruct Dobry Road. Due to the current roadway being 16 feet wide and mainly constructed on soft soil material, fill, they have to, in order to reconstruct Dobry Road, they have to excavate the existing material, treat the subbase with cement, and then put the new road down. Alternatively, they could excavate all of the fill material and then backfill that with stone and put the new road down on top of the stone. They've requested to treat the subbase, and we've looked at the geotechnical report. We've seen the recommendations by their design engineer, and we agree that it is a viable alternative. During the reconstruction of Dobry Road, they would have to close the entire width of Dobry Road in order to complete this work. They anticipate the shutdown to be approximately 2 weeks. And during that time, it is their intention to reroute all traffic from Dobry Road through the Caddis Development project site. And that would be with what is highlighted in yellow. The traffic path is highlighted in yellow on the screen there. So vehicles coming from Dobry Road would go through the development and then enter Oxford Valley Road. And this would be either a right in or a right out scenario, as they would endeavor to complete the driveway construction, and the completed driveway has what's termed a pork chop, which is a concrete median that provides access or prohibits access for left turns. So this would be, for that 2 weeks, we would be prohibiting movements on Oxford Valley Road, left turn into the property and left turn out. The current location along this yellow area, there is the stormwater management system that is underground. It looks like a bunch of old style milk crates that are pieced together, and that has already been constructed. That's buried. The problem with that is that it does not take the traffic load of a fire truck. And so as a result, they would have flaggers and a gate, and they've provided a turning template, a diagram that demonstrates that fire trucks would be able to come in and, if needed, get down to Dobry Road through the rear driveway around the back of the property, around the back of the current constructed building, and then turn on to Dobry Road. So that is, in a nutshell, what the contractor is proposing. They want to get this completed as quickly as possible, but I figured it was in the best interest to bring it to the board tonight for discussion. We've also sent this plan over to the police department. Tom Roach has returned some comments to me indicating if there's any way that we can eliminate the pork chop and create a left turn in and a left turn out movement, as well as a right turn in, right turn out movement on Oxford Valley Road. And also recommended the placement of a street light temporarily at that driveway while the movements were, while Dobry Road was being reconstructed. We've also sent the plan to the township traffic engineer, Joe Fiacco over at SAFE, to get comments back from that. And the ultimate intention of that is to get comments back and have a discussion tonight, and hopefully at the next Board of Supervisors meeting, the board can vote on whether they want to authorize the contractor to allow allow the traffic through the Caddis development. The other alternative would be to instruct the contractor to construct Dobry Road one half at a time. However, because the existing road is 16 feet wide and the new road would be 24 feet wide, they basically have to go in there and if you if you're only going to construct it halfway at a time, then the other half has to be for maintenance of traffic. They would have flaggers at either end. This would take a longer time to construct. You would have vehicles traveling immediately next to an active construction area while they're reconstructing the road. So there are some disadvantages to having them construct the road one lane at a time. So we wanted to put it out there, put it to the board, open it up for discussion and see if you have any questions. I would say that, Dobry Road is a dead end street. There are, I believe, 5 properties further west of the development. One is, I believe, a private trash hauler and has a number of trash trucks that come in and out of the site each day. And so, but other than that, it's not a through road. It's limited in the amount of traffic that it sees. So at that point, I'd like to open it up to any questions that you have.
Any members of the board have comments or questions?
Andrew, I just have a quick question. You're talking maybe how many cars coming in and out of this every day?
At the most, 40.
I mean, I don't really know if I see is there going to be sightline issues if they're pulling out of Caddis rather than Dobry?
No, there's that's all been properly vetted when they did the review of the land development. This would be a driveway that is going to eventually become the permanent driveway entrance onto Oxford Valley Road. So no, there's no sightline issues that would be an issue there.
So essentially this becomes an inconvenience for the 40 or so cars that use that road on a daily basis. However, it's for the improvement of that road, correct?
Correct. Ms. Glendon. Oh.
I just want to make sure you see my hand before you see Dan.
Right, Suzanne.
We had talked about this originally when we looked at Caddis, not the fact that Dobry would have to be shut down, but the real concerns about allowing for a left turn into that. And that's why the whole pork chop design was developed. So I am concerned, 3 years on citizens traffic has made me an engineer. And I worry about that left turn over Oxford Valley Road. Is that suggestion that you made, Andy, of a temporary light, is that really, how would that work? Would it just be for those coming out of the thing?
Well, I will say this, that the contractor's current proposal only shows a right turn in and a right turn out onto Oxford Valley Road. It was Tom Roach of the Traffic Safety Division that suggested perhaps having the ability to have a left turn in and a left turn out movement by not installing the pork chop right away. Ultimately, this would need to be vetted through PennDOT as well as because Oxford Valley Road is a PennDOT road in that location.
Go ahead, Dan. Fred, sorry.
Go ahead, Dan.
I'll let Fred pick me. So actually related to both questions. Of those 40 vehicles, how many of those are the trash trucks? McCullough's back there, if memory serves, right?
Yeah, it is McCullough, and if, I mean, I'm not a traffic engineer, so and I didn't review the traffic study when Caddis came in or when Aaron Development, which was right across the street and is more recently, has come in. So I said 40, but that's just my own estimate based on the number of houses. And I would say a significant amount would be McCullough's.
Yeah.
And I have asked the contractor to reach out to them to get their, the contractor posed this to the township in a meeting with Jim Majewski and myself several weeks ago. And at that meeting, we indicated that, hey, McCullough's is down here at the end of the road. It's in your best interest to meet with them and discuss with them if this would be favorable to them. And they indicated that they would.
So from a load issue, you have sort of you have a cellular subterranean stormwater system, right?
Correct.
Full trash truck, that must compare similarly to a fire truck. Would all those trucks also have to kind of loop around closer off the yellow and onto the gray, so to speak?
Based on the conversation that I had with the contractor and the load that they had reviewed with the manufacturer of the stormwater management system, the trash trucks could go through that yellow area. The trash trucks would not have to loop around.
Really, even a fully loaded one? That's surprising. My main concern, same as, a trash trucks coming in and out of there without the pork chop in place, that concerns me because they are not the most nimble vehicles, as we all know. So similar to concern to Supervisor Blundy, but mine's even more specific because of the trash trucks and the volume of the trucks that are coming in and out of there. And then secondly, did you give us a time period? I'm sorry if I missed that.
Yeah, so obviously the contractor wants to construct this, as quickly as possible, or get the go-ahead so that they can start making the necessary protective measures installed. But in my discussion or my correspondence with the contractor, I indicated that we would discuss it at tonight's meeting and then ultimately have a vote at the next Board of Supervisors meeting, August 5th.
Okay, so for me, I'm mainly concerned about
Dan, can I make one point? Dan, can I make one point about the trash trucks, just so there's no confusion about the weight? Just remember as well, those trucks would be empty and not full, because when they get filled up, they're not coming back to that site. So at least it's the empty truck and not the full truck with all the weight of the garbage or whatever that they're picking up.
Yeah, I would hope that they would consider a full truck as a worst case scenario, just in case, so they don't crush the system. But I get your point. And then concern of the trash trucks coming in and out at that one point. Hopefully that's vetted and all that, similar to what Supervisor Blundy was saying. And the last point, because I know at least a few of us hear about this regularly with respect to the construction of Caddis, if there's an increased volume of larger vehicles coming around there in relatively close proximity to our friends at the Regency, have there been any considerations given to those folks? That's why I was asking about the schedule. Trash trucks, they're up and at them pretty early. I know they're in my neighborhood by sometimes before 6 a.m. So hearing those trucks out and about before 6 a.m. on a regular basis might be a little bit annoying to residents that back up to that site. So I'm wondering if there's been any consideration there for those folks.
Not so far, but it's my intention to compile a list of comments from this meeting and from other entities that are reviewing this and get this back to the developer to see how they would address that. I think that there could be additional measures that where they plant the buffer along the south side of the development in this area. First, they could plant that and provide a little bit more of a screen or a visual screen from that, but I don't know if that would have I don't know if that would have a measurable impact on the noise.
Yeah, and it might be a nice olive branch, something to consider. And with that, Dr. Weiss, I'm done. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. And just to follow up, if it's possible, I think a temporary sound barrier would be appropriate, especially in the the area closest to Regency, if it's possible to do that. I'm sure the neighbors would be very appreciative. Is there any other discussion or comments? Great. Andy, go ahead and go with number 2.
Okay, let me stop sharing the screen then, and I will bring it up momentarily here on my screen so that I can speak intelligently on the number here. The second item is the...
on the first item, excuse me, I'm sorry, there is public comment. Do you want to take that or do you want to wait?
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Monica.
Lee is on the line.
Hi, Lee, give your full name, address, and make your comment.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Hello, Dan. Hello, everybody. Lee Pedowitz, 247 Truman Way, over in the Regency. My first comment is that drawing that you showed before with the yellow line showing the traffic going through the Caddis development, it does not show the development in Regency. It shows a lot of vacant land down there, or bulldozed land. They're all houses over there now. And I think when the developers pulled this before, that they don't show exactly what's in the Regency area now. Now, my other question is, I hear a lot of talk about this McCulloch garbage stuff going down there, and having walked, I go down Dobry Road quite often. I don't see there's no McCulloch facility there. The only thing down there that I remember, where there's a house on the north side of Dobry Road, which I believe is now vacant, and on the south side there's an auto repair shop, some other thing, a house, and an auto detailing shop, which is just east of the Caddis development. So, I don't know where this garbage stuff is. And, of course, you have to pay attention to what the fire department's going to do. But my concern is, I'm hearing about a lot of right turns into Dobry and right turns out. So a person makes a right turn into Dobry, into the Caddis development. They come out and they can only make a right turn, and they want to go down, they want to head north on Oxford Valley Road. Where are they going to make the U-turn? Are they going to come into Regency and make a U-turn? That's something that's got to be considered. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Lee.
Yes, and I would agree with Lee's assessment that the area, this is an aerial photo from Google Earth, presumably, and it was taken a number of years ago, and all of this brown area is now houses over at Regency. So his point is valid.
Any other public comment, Monica?
Yes, we have one more coming in.
Okay.
It's Robert.
Hello, Robert. Give your full name, address, and make your comment.
Robert Abrams, 652 Teach Drive, 40 years in the solid waste industry. McCulloch's trucks, if they don't make the landfill, will be coming back full. If they're triaxle trucks, they have gross vehicle weights 80,000 pounds. So anything that you're engineering should be engineered just in case they don't make the landfill or the incinerator. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you.
No further public comment.
Okay, go ahead, Andy, make your second presentation.
Okay, so then the second item would be for consideration of payment certificate number 1 for the 2020 road program. The work, I'll give you a brief update on the status of the road program. The work has been completed. The additional work ordered by the Board of Supervisors has been completed on Silo Road and Milton Drive. The contractor is currently finishing up punch list items on Rose Hollow Road, but for the majority of the work, they have completed the work to our satisfaction. We are requesting a payment in the amount of $905,048.68. That is a full payment with 5% retainage being held back for the punch list items. And I will say this, that we added about $80,000 worth of scope for Milton Drive and Silo Road. There were a couple of other change orders that were approved by the board at the last meeting regarding reflective pavement markings. They have been installed on Heacock Road. And traffic signal loop detectors that were damaged during construction. So the overall, we've added about $80,000 worth of scope to the project, but the overall increase to the budget or to the contract amount is roughly $28,000. So the project on the whole has been a success in that it's come in under the contract amount from that. So, but to summarize, we are recommending a payment in the amount of $905,048.68 to James D. Morrissey for the 2020 road program.
I entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
We've got a second from Ms. Mundy. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
5-0 passes. Thank you, Andy. Anything else?
Yeah, just a couple of brief updates on some other things that are going on in the township. You have my engineer's report, but I want to bring you up to speed on the bike path program. If you remember at the last meeting, we were authorized to proceed with making emergency repairs or improvements on the bike path south of Oxford Valley Road along Heacock down to Dobry Road, and not to exceed $4,000. We have the contractor was, I believe, completing those repairs today, and they spent $4,000. They probably could have spent $30,000 to repair it and make it a new path, but this was emergency repairs to make it passable, to make it not a hazard. And there were some significant potholes, some significant removal of asphalt paving in that area, and some tree roots had caused the bike path to heave upwards. And so all of that's been repaired from Dobry Road up to Oxford Valley Road to the tune of $4,000.
I would like to add to the board regarding Andy's comment there is that we have a 3-year trail plan that was part of last year's budget that included what you approved this year. That leading into this year's budget, we will have to assess the timing and what will be probably very soon eventual need to do a longer term, more complete structural repair of this area, as this essentially is keeping it safe for people, but it is more of an intermittent fix than it is a final fix. So we'll have to work with Andy, the staff, to determine where this comes back around to do it more completely at the dollar amount that Andy has just indicated. That would be more likely what we'd have to budget to fix it.
Yes, I would agree with that assessment.
Great.
The other quick update is for the Scammell's Corner development. I spoke with the developer this evening, actually right before this meeting, he called me back. They are planning on submitting to Bucks County Conservation District with the plan for the rain garden that we had reviewed. I sent it out to the residents, I believe at the end of June, and have not received any comments, and followed up with them. I have not received any comments from them. So the developer has indicated that they're submitting the plan to Bucks County Conservation District for their review and approval. And it's their understanding that it's going to be a rubber stamp approval at the Conservation District, and then they're going to implement what has been approved.
That's it?
That's all.
Thank you, sir. Next, item number 12, project updates. We have before you a list of our standing projects. Unless there's any questions, any need for updates, we will go through to item 13, our manager's report.
Ask one quick question.
Go for it.
Kurt, have we? I know you last meeting you mentioned that you had. I think you had sent a letter to the Delaware River Joint Toll Bridge Commission. Sorry, I'm thinking about the acronym in my head. Regarding the road issues on Mapleville. Have you received any response from them yet?
No response, and it will be followed up probably this week or early next week with another letter, and we'll keep doing it until we get a response.
Thank you.
Kurt, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Before I get started, I just want to give a little context if I could. So in the last few months, I have tried to give updates on a number of financial issues in the township, specifically items that we needed to keep an eye on. Just to remind the board, the budget that we passed this year had about a 5% fund balance in it, like $662,000. And we've made a lot of changes as we've gone this year to scale back what we could. But I had covered lots of items that were some volatile items that we'd have to watch: real estate transfer taxes, building permits, and some other items like property taxes that aren't necessarily typically volatile, but understanding what's happening were important to track. And golf, obviously, that we gave an answer to before with the year-end projection of how much the township would have to assist. So I wanted to, as far as the half year goes, give an update regarding where it seems we stand, and and provide some more specific calculations, year-end calculations with where we would be. Monica, can you pull that up for me, please? Okay. Can you go full screen and go to that next slide, please? There you go. So I want to start with property tax transfers. Every time a house sells, as we've talked about, the township gets 0.5%. We budgeted over $1.5 million this year, which is in line with where we've been the last few years. And early in the year, we started with numbers that were very comparable and actually better than 2019. And we started talking about how, based on the shutdown and even based on the sewer lateral inspections where we can get a sense of sales, that we knew things were slowing down. So this is the June number for property, for the transfer taxes. Now, as I said in my report, that June 2019 number is uncharacteristically high. Typically, we see these numbers through these summer months being 150, 160,000. So it's not necessarily a perfectly fair comparison because that number was so much higher. Could you go to the next slide, Monica? So if we take through the first half of last year and this year, we can see how we compare, right? So we can see this, the total number of sales, 45 less. Those are more relegated to the last couple of months where that disparity started to grow. And if you start to see, so, we're at 83% of the number of sales and at 71% in terms of the revenue from our 2019 number. Monica, can you go to the next slide, please? So if I wanted to break this down to pick out just to show this growing discrepancy, basically from March when the shutdown occurred, sort of what the difference was during, that 4-month period. And you can start to see, so in 2020, right, we were at 71% of the sales of 2019 and about 61% of the revenue. That's the difference just for those 4 months. And Monica, could you go to the next slide, please? So if we look at transfer taxes, right? So we can look at, you see the year to date, 539,000. The 2019 collection of July through December, which was 780,000, rounded up. That was from last year. So if we were to assume that things are going to do about where they are, a little bit better, 75% of last year's number translates to 584 for the last 6 months and a year-end total of 1,124,000. Now, that you can see what we budgeted in 2020, 1,550,000. So we'd have that shortfall on the transfer tax line item of $425,000. Now, go to the next slide, Monica. So I want to keep going through a couple of the other slides that we talked about that have been part of my report. As you can see, building permit activity is healthy. It's robust. We're at 58% of our 2020 budget through 6 months of the year. The second bullet down there, we budgeted 791. Just if you break that out month to month, at 65,000 a month. We're currently averaging 76,000 or so a month, as you can see. Go to the next slide, Monica. I'm sorry. So if I'm to take that number, right, you can look at our building permit collection, 461. July to December collections, I have 355. You can see the 2 asterisks below. I've tried to budget a conservative number or estimate that we would collect 90% of the monthly budgeted average. So we're exceeding that now. We're doing better than our budgeted amount. But to be safe, it's a number I'm factoring in. If you put that number in, you could see our year-end projection. We would actually beat our budget number for building permits. Can you go to the next line item, please? So our local service tax collection, for those not versed in all things tax, this is the $52 tax for people working in the township that pay. This really has been unaffected through all of this. People are continuing to work, presumably remotely. As you can see, the difference in collection, we're actually, 0.1% or so ahead. I'm just assuming that we'd end the year at 357, which is slightly more than last year. The good news is that bump last year was more than anticipated. So we budgeted 328,000 this year, as you can see in that line item. So that 357 will give us another $29,000 surplus in that specific revenue line item projection for the end of this year. Now, can you go to the next slide? So this is obviously the big one for the township, which is our property tax collection. It constitutes the biggest part of our budget. And I wanted to break this down into pieces as we build through this. So it's not a perfect comparison at this point. To remind the public watching this, the board extended the face period of collection from the typical June 30th date to July 31st. So we're not in an apples to apples comparison yet. But you can see in 2019, we had 11,955 households paying through the face period, which represented just under 96%. We're currently at 11,656, which is about 93.5%. So I think it's fair to assume we'll have more than 11,656 households paying this year by July 31st, which is the face period. Can you go to the next slide, Monica, please? So if we break down 2019 versus 2020, you can see this is just breaking this number out farther. First, we budgeted this year for a collection rate of 98.5%. If you look all the way at the end, last year's collection rate was 99.42. It's a remarkably high percentage of households that pay. And just to remind as well, typically in the end, it's not like, eventually you collect that revenue, the past due amounts don't go away. So if you look at the total households, you have 11,955 in 2019 that either paid during discount or the face period, and 397 that paid during penalty, for 12,352 households paying in 2019 out of 12,457. So for 2020, same households, we're currently at 11,656. If we assumed 98.5%, which is what we budgeted, that would translate to needing 614 more households this year to hit the budgeted household number. Can you go to the next one, please? So I wanted to break this down more specifically as best I could. So what happens if we don't hit 98.5%? What does that roughly translate to in revenue? So if we had 97% of households paying, that would mean we'd need 427 more to pay than have paid right now. And the impact of the general fund would be 111,000 less than we budgeted. 96%, you could see, has an effect of minus 186,000, 95, 260. Now, as a reminder, we don't just have property taxes in the general fund, we have them in Park and Rec, we have them with ambulance services. But for this point, I'm only looking at the general fund. So for now, to be safe, and listen, this could be revised in 3 weeks based upon where we think we are July 31st. If I just assume a 96% collection this year, we would be down $186,000. It's sort of the assumption I would make at this point. Monica, can you go to the next slide, please? So that's what the difference would be in households, right? 12,352 actual from 2019, 96% being about 393 less than that. Can you go to the next? Okay. So this is what I want to get to here. This is sort of getting where it's more specific. Our starting fund balance this year, as I've said repeatedly in my reports, was at $1,828,000, which was better than what we assumed we'd end last year with by about $350,000, which is about 2.5% better than we thought. We always like to beat the numbers that we have. Projected revenues through the end of the year being 12,648. Yes, 12,648, with the total revenue, including the fund balance, being that 14 million and change number, and with expenditures and transfers being 13,800,000 and change, with a fund balance of 632 projected. Now, our 2020 budget, as I said, was 662. So I think it's been, I think we've done remarkably well understanding everything that's happening to offset both from last year and this year the problem that we have with the pandemic financially in terms of where we would stand. So we've essentially gotten ourselves back. I'll point out the same thing. That revenue number does assume a 96% property tax collection. If in the end it ends up being higher than that, we'd be looking at a fund balance, anywhere from $100,000, $200,000 higher, but that's currently at 96%. So, the question then is as I've said in my report, that 5% fund balance number is not ideal, but that's where we are. And if we kept that as the benchmark going forward, can you go to the next slide, Monica, please? I'm sorry, Monica, can you go back to the last slide, please? I'm sorry. So I want to point out one thing. If you look at our starting fund balance from this year, 1,828,000, and where we end at 632, we're essentially looking that we've knocked off $1.2 million from our fund balance. If you look at the 2020 budget to the right, we had budgeted that would be $808,000. So even in the budget, and just to remind you all that general fund essentially is for personnel, it is for benefits, it's not, we use that general fund to transfer money for projects and other things, and those were limited this year in terms of things that were not funded substantially by grants. Next slide, please. So, and this has gone on for quite some time. Our reoccurring imbalances right now, as we currently sit, could reasonably be assumed to be $850,000 to $1.2 million a year. To maintain that 5% fund balance, that 650, 660 or so in 2021 would require an approximate 2.4 millage increase with the hope of, with the expectation of landing at the end of 2021 in the $600,000 to $700,000 range. However, some of the discussions that would need to take place with the board next year would be, what sort of assumptions do we want to make about transfer taxes? If this continues on, this year we budgeted $1,550,000 for real estate transfer taxes. The current estimates are for 1.1 million. That number has been trending lower, not just here, but everywhere in terms of sales. If that were to continue, that gap of 850 to 1.2 is on the higher end of that and maybe higher. And the same thing with real estate property tax collections. If we see something that's 96% or so this year and it's been 98 or 99, do we need to adjust that number down next year as well? Hopefully we'll learn a lot here in the next month, but that will have to be decided. And then always, because I know we want to have some sense of things, is that, to keep that 5% fund balance number, and this is not a perfect analysis in terms of breaking down every single possibility, but just looking at sort of general trends of costs of personnel, costs of healthcare, pension contributions, and these sorts of things. We'd be looking for 2022 and 23 of a millage increase, as I say, of 0.65 or 7 in each of those accompanying years to keep that same 5% fund balance. So I think, the good news is that we have offset most of those costs, that we've had real estate transfer sales enough, property tax collections here, of people capable of making those payments this year, that we're still looking at a 5% fund balance and not something much more financially immediately threatening to the township than that. But going forward, we'll obviously have some challenges, both in keeping at least a 5% fund balance, and then how we do that, or what assumptions we make with that for these other items. As I said in my report to the board, I will be meeting with having to schedule a full review with Moody's in August. I don't have a date yet, but they sent me that notice in April. I had a sit down with them in April. It lasted several hours, that will continue with a full committee review from Moody's in August. I don't have a date yet. I'll obviously keep the board in the loop about that, but it's going to be this sort of framework as far as financially where we are. That would be the initial basis of that discussion. They'll get far deeper than that, but this is, at least we have this in place to discuss that. So I don't know if there's any questions about any of that. That's all I have for you tonight.
Kirk, the only question I have is, with a possible 2.4 mil increase, how far are we to our cap as far as the general fund millage?
0.12 mils.
So if we had to go to 2.4, we'd have to go to court?
Court of Common Pleas, you would have to, I've never had to do that. So Dave, if I'm using the wrong words here, I apologize. You have to petition, you have to submit financials to, you have to justify the need for, what have you. I haven't had to do that. So I can't even speak, respectfully, I couldn't even speak to what the timing is to have to do that, how that plays out with the budget process. That would be something we would have to investigate, and I'd have to rely on the solicitor to help me have those benchmarks and dates, but you're correct.
Yeah, and that 2.4 millage increase would just be to keep our fund balance at 5%.
That's correct. That's having the assumption that there wouldn't be, that would be a bare bones budget.
Okay, thanks. Is there any other comments or questions to our township manager? Mr. Renner.
Yeah, just, Kurt, I just want to clarify a couple of things. My screen went dark, unfortunately, for a few minutes. Do we have this presentation in our packets? I didn't see it. I was trying to follow along my other screen.
No, I gave you this presentation is my report. Happy to give it to you, and I'll even put it online. This presentation, literally all of these points are right from my report. We just made them in.
Okay. I thought I was just trying to follow along in the pros versus this. I wasn't positive when my screen went black for a second. Sorry. Two things I heard that I just wanted to check on. We talked about the 90 because I got my tax bill, so that's fresh in my head. You were talking about a 96% payment rate. When you run those numbers, do you assume how do you do that? And what I'm asking is, there's dates and you have different payments based on when you pay, right? Do you consider 96% of the people paying at the earliest phase, or do you do some percentage breakup throughout the year under each of those three options that we get? And you just muted yourself. Okay.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Sorry. So again, the 96%, and again, there's no science to this number this year because the 96%, if we weren't in the midst of this, I'd say we're going to hit 98.5% conservatively. And last year we hit 99.4. And I think the slide that probably when you lost it basically showed that we're currently, Dan, at something like 93.5. I mean, it's not like we're way off, right? So I just picked a safe number for now, saying 96%. For all I know, Dan, I'm telling you all in a month, we hit 96% by the face value. I just, for the point of this presentation, was just drawing that number up to show where we were. Monica, can you go back to like slide number? Can you pull this? Keep going.
I got one more coming for you, by the way. So up to your percentage, 5.1.
Yeah. So if you look, go back one more. I'm sorry. So right there is where we are right now, right? 3.57. We've had 11,656. Now, the 11,955, Dan, was from last year, which would have been through June 30th, discount and face. So the reason I'm saying it's not a perfect comparison is because you all extended it this year to July 31st. So in another 3 weeks, I'll have the point of comparison from discount and face. I'm just estimating 96% through the end of the year.
I just want to make sure I understood. And then the other, you have another one. I'm seeing it in the report where it's basically well, actually, I think you might have been saying 19 versus 20 where you had comparisons. And I was specific, the expenditures versus and transfers line. There was about I can't remember what slide it's on. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, Monica, keep going. Go forward, Monica. Keep going. Keep going. I'll tell you when to stop. Right there?
I think so. So we have projection versus budget. So we're going to be from expenditures right now, we're short on revenue 450-ish, right? 450,000-ish. Am I doing? Yeah. But our expenditures are down. Looks like we're going to be down about 380.
Right. That's right. So I mean, essentially in the end, the net difference is 30,000 for the year, right?
Okay.
So, to put that more specific, Dan, like this year, I didn't hire any part-time people. We scaled back the building code officials' hours. We've done a variety of things to pull things back to try to help offset that shortfall.
Understood. And this is where my screen went a little dark, and I want to make sure I was hearing and seeing things right. So I appreciate that. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Dan. Any other comments or questions?
Do we have an idea where we're at on the sewer fund balance at this time?
That I don't. I can look, that I haven't, for the purposes of this presentation, I just did the general fund. I have not done a sewer comparison either year to date or year to year. I can certainly work on that. There's also tax questions and things with the pool and relative to the park and rec fund that we're going to have to look at in more detail.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Kurt. I mean, I don't want to say thank you because that's not fun to look at, but I thank you for putting it together. And I'm glad that we're able to give a mid-year update, because I know a lot of times people say they're not aware of, things, and the more information we can give, maybe we can make some people aware.
I mean, I want to say this because I think it's important. In the midst of when we discussed early on what the effect of the shutdown would have with the shortfalls in golf, with the staffing issues that we've had, with the fact that we've had to, that we can't work as efficiently with the restrictions that we have, where we've had to really monitor overtime, the department heads, that the staff they've done a remarkable. The fact that I'm making a presentation that we're within $30,000 of the budget that we passed 8 months ago, I think is a testament to doing what we can to manage the situation. So I thank all the department heads. I thank Chief Caluzzi for the fact that, he's got the biggest department here, that we're looking the way that we are. So I just want you all to be aware of that.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing that we're basically on the numbers for all intents and purposes, considering the tremendous obstacles that we've been facing, and that it really says a lot to the professionalism, the dedication of our staff. And I think I can speak for everyone in saying that we definitely appreciate your efforts, which is a good segue for our next item, which was our solicitor's report. Mr. Trillo.
Yes, excuse me, first briefly, the executive session was commenced at 6:45 tonight. All supervisors were virtually present, participated, as well as Mr. Ferguson, Chief Caluzzi, and myself. Items related to real estate, litigation, and informational items were discussed at the executive session, which did conclude just before this meeting started. The first item under my specific report is a motion to extend, let me do it here in front of me so it doesn't look like I'm looking away, sewer bids for a period of 30 days as outlined in the request for bid. Now, let me emphasize two things. First of all, the Judge Mellon's court order yesterday specifically states that this is a permissible agenda item, and this was not opposed by the petitioner. And there's a very good explanation for it. Extending the bids, which expire today, does not authorize bids being accepted. Doesn't say that we're committed to any bids. What it says is there's more time for those bids to be reviewed. And that's the purpose of this motion tonight. No more, no less. So it does not implicate, anybody who votes for this does not vote for the sale. I just want to make sure I emphasize that, because I know that that's a big issue, and we can't discuss the sale tonight, but I want to make sure that that's understood, that a vote to extend the bids does not do that at all. So
I make a motion to extend the sewer bids for 30 days as outlined in the request for the bid.
I was, hold on, I was asking for recognition as well.
I'm sorry, this solicitor was talking about a motion. I didn't know you were doing anything.
I'll make the same motion. I move to extend the sewer bids for a period of 30 days as outlined in the request for bid, contingent on the board and the township staff completing the following tasks. 1, provide all existing documentation from the Lower Makefield Township evaluation analysis of options for the Morrisville Municipal Authority service area to the Lower Makefield Township Sewer Authority and Sewer Subcommittee for review and comment. 2, provide all existing documentation from the PFM Financial Advisors LLC exploration of sewer system monetization process to the Lower Makefield Township Sewer Authority and Sewer Subcommittee for review and comment. 3, provide Board of Supervisors with answers to Supervisor Lewis's sewer sale questions email dated July 22nd, 2019 that were agreed in writing by Scott Scherer of PFM on August 7th, 2019 and verbally on June 17th, 2020. 4, provide Board of Supervisors with PFM's Excel work product that reviews all bidders in the request for bid process, including the specific revisions based on reviewing Pennsylvania American Water Company's June 24th letter, 2020 letter to Scott Scheer. 5, complete a request for proposal process to select a new financial consultant to review the PFM valuation analysis and provide recommendations on bond strategy. 6, complete discussions with state and federal officials regarding strategies to finance sewer conveyance improvements and treatment facilities as was unanimously approved in resolution June 10th, 2020. 7, complete request for bids for a sewer conveyance lease agreement with contract terms written by Lower Makefield Special Sewer Council. 8, complete discussions with neighboring municipalities and service authorities to discuss options for a regional authority or authorities that could serve Lower Makefield residents for the next 30 years, or any other viable options such as becoming a retail customer or redirecting flows. 9, provide Lower Makefield Township Sewer Authority and the Sewer Subcommittee the opportunity to review all subsequent work product and provide recommendations to the Board of Supervisors. And 10, request best and final offers from Pennsylvania American Water, Aqua, and Bucks County Water and Sewer that would be good until January 15, 2021.
Mr. Trullo, it seems we have 2 competing motions on the table. I have not recognized Mr. Lewis. How do we proceed?
Depends on who you recognize and whether there's a second. That's
Second, Mr. Lewis.
Well, I think I recognize Ms. Bundy. Ms. Bundy, would you restate your motion?
Surely. I make a motion to extend the sewer bids for a period of 30 days as outlined in the request for a bid and as listed on today's agenda.
Do I hear a second? Do I hear a second? I will second that motion. Is there any discussion?
John, the 10 conditions that you just read off, would they be done within the next 30 days?
They could be, yes.
Well, one of them went to 2021, so how would that be done in 10 days?
Well, it's requesting best and final offers for Pennsylvania American Water, Aqua, and Bucks County Water and Sewer. That would be good until January 15, 2021.
So would all
it's requesting best and final offers.
Would all 10 conditions of your motion be met in the next 30 days?
They could possibly be done in 30 days.
It's the simple yes or no. Would they be met in the next 30 days?
Yes.
Mr. Trullo, would that motion, would that alternative motion affect the current bids?
It could. I mean, I obviously just hearing this tonight, there's a lot of information there that I would have to analyze. Those conditions would seem to modify greatly the process which has occurred to date, which started, I guess, in April of 2019. It could, again, without seeing it, being able to analyze it.
Providing information to board members and to the sewer.
Here's my point. If I could say something, because
the public process.
One of the issues is some of that information could be proprietary. I don't know. I'd have to, again, in looking at all the information that was submitted, I didn't have a chance to write all of the conditions down.
Can I share my screen?
Sure.
And John, just to clarify, essentially what this is to basically go back and restart this whole process from the beginning is essentially what you're asking for?
No, actually not in this case. I'm asking for that the documentation and the analysis that was done be provided to the sewer authority, that we get all the documentation from PFM, that I get answers to questions that I had asked for last year that were agreed to in writing, that we get the Excel work product that addresses the concerns from one of the bidders that they felt like their analysis was incorrect, that we get a new financial consultant to review the PFM valuation analysis and provide recommendations on bond strategy, that we complete discussions with state and federal officials regarding strategies to finance sewer conveyance improvements. That was unanimously approved, and no action has been taken. 7, complete request for bids for a sewer conveyance lease agreement. So this would allow us to get a potential looking at a lease agreement. Again, 8, discussions with neighboring municipalities. 9 is provide the sewer authority and subcommittee the ability to review all subsequent work product and recommendations to the Board of Supervisors.
And
so I'm asking for the process to be followed.
The phrase work product implicates something that may or may not be obtainable. I don't know that. Just
some of this is also. I'm sorry, Dave. Some of this is also part of the litigation, as far as the options that were dealt with in executive session. Before we brought the bids public. I think this is something that we cannot discuss I mean,
But
I'm,
you can't, wait
you're
a
my
second,
solicitor.
you cannot say that you're going to extend the bids and you cannot discuss conditions on the bid extension.
I think we have to wait for the judge to rule before we can go.
Well, if that's the case, then we can't vote to extend the bids.
Well, yes, we can.
That's not true, Mr.
So
Lewis.
all the judge.
I'm going to rule, Mr. Lewis,
I have
you're
to
out of
step in
order.
here a second. So wait.
You're out of order. You're out of order. There is a motion on the table. It's been seconded. You can discuss the motion that's present on the table right now.
Okay, I'll discuss the motion. I move to amend the motion by replacing it with the following.
We read your motion. Ms. Blundy, do you wish to amend your motion?
No.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Mr.
Yes,
Brown?
please. Okay. So there are aspects of some of those items that were brought up that I'm interested in. Specifically, the one that I'm most interested in is that I don't know what number it is because there are a lot of numbers there, but it was towards the end with respect to requesting a best and final offer from the three bidders. The reason for that is because we've now had a public presentation from PFM that highlights the bids, shows what they did. We've had a couple public presentations now in the last month about our financial situation and what some of the goals of the process were. And I believe that the bidders have had a chance to see this and may be able to give the township a better bid, any one of the three, whoever they may be.
That might be something that might be a second motion.
Well, so here's what I'm getting at. So I think it's important that we allow for best and final so that we get the best option possible. Because I think now that what I'll say is this, and I'm trying not to sound negative on this. I'm trying not to offend, so please don't take it the wrong way. I think I've spoken to a lot of people just about the approach we took to the bids themselves by setting the base 35 million. And nearly everyone thought that was not the best approach to going for the best price, and that it may have sent a signal that we are selling a distressed asset and set too low of a base price, which it might, for example, when you see what Bucks County Water and Sewer came back, their alternative bid of $1 with relatively low rates, but $1, which, that to me signals that they saw it and said, you know what, that's a distressed asset. We're going to do them a favor by getting rid of this, when we all know that this isn't necessarily about a bad sewer system. This is about a budget issue that we're trying to address. So I think when all of these entities see that, we ask for best and final. We don't set a base cost, and we say, look, our main goals generally are we want to address our budget while still maintaining some level of reasonable rates over an extended period, whatever that may be, say 10 years. I'm just making up a number. It's something we talked about. And then allowing a best and final off of that to see and that can be done fairly quickly, I believe. Having had to respond to best and final things myself many times, that is usually something that can be turned around fairly quickly so that we get a better information. I know, and that's what I personally would like to see. So I could see us extending the bid period and adding best and final to that. I would be very comfortable with that. I could also see us, and it sounds negative, but it's not necessarily negative. I could see us actually rejecting the bids, but reopening under those same stipulations in a similar time period so that we get clean bids. Either way, I think would likely end up with the best product for us to review, and hopefully would end up with the best package, numbers, etc. So whether that's an amendment, Ms. Blundy, to your motion to consider, that's an alternative.
Before we go further, I have two questions. One for Mr. Ferguson. Kurt, if we're talking, going back to the their bidders and ask them to rebid. What is your opinion on the bid process to this date? And I'll have Mr. Truelove chime in. Can we go back to them and say, give us another bid? Is that legal?
I'm not going to say it's illegal, but the problem is we're talking about a status quo situation right now. The issue is extending bids that were submitted, changing nothing at this point going forward. It doesn't mean at the end of that bid period, if there's no decision made, other steps can be taken. We're talking tonight about one simple thing. I try to emphasize that, and I probably should have jumped in during some of these other discussions. This is just about whether you want to extend the bids now or not. Maintain the status quo, and then after that period expires, if there's no award of the bid, different things can happen, certainly. But this is just about making sure the status quo is maintained. Okay. And that's what I was trying to be careful about how I stated that.
So Judge Mellon is basically being very specific on what we're allowed to do.
Well, when he says extend the bids, it's the bids that were in existence, which were the subject of the injunction hearing, which are the bids that we have in play in front of us right now.
Okay.
So Fred, can I ask you a very basic, what are the bids that are active right now? Because I don't think I'm clear on that.
I think the bids right now are, if I may go, can I state the bids?
Aqua and Pennsylvania American Water.
And when did we remove Bucks County Water and Sewer? I'm still not.
They weren't removed. What they presented to you was an analysis that they broke down what they thought were the best competing bids. No one was ever removed. It was a basis to sit and work their way, and anybody can watch the presentation on TV to see that they worked their way through all of them in their opinion where it led them.
Now, I want to emphasize we have to be very careful about this discussion by getting to the specifics of this information. That's why.
But I'm just trying to figure out if their bid is still active or not. That's what I thought it was, but it sounded like it's not. And I don't know how that.
I mean, I guess technically it is active. It was through the vetting process. It seemed like it was not one of the ones that was going to be ultimately recommended. But again, if it's active technically, then yes, it would be part of the status quo that we would be talking about for purposes of going forward, and that's it.
Dave, it sounds like we have a specific, directive from the judge whether or not we can extend the bids. That's it.
Right, and those bids, yes, exactly.
I believe the judge said simply that not to consider a resolution to sell the sewer system.
And an agenda item to consider extending the underlying sewer sale bids. Now that's what the subject of the injunction petition is, for 30 days from July 15th, 2020. That's number one in the order that was issued yesterday.
So that's where we are. So it sounds like we have from our professionals that the only thing we can do is extend the current bids as they are.
I don't believe that's the case.
Okay, well, I think we're hearing from
motion on the floor right now,
and
I suggest you deal with that motion first, and then
we have a motion.
You do. If not, it goes in just as Ms. Blundy moved, and then you deal with it that way.
It's second, and we note your comment, John. Can we open up the public comment, Monica? You got anybody there?
Yes, we have Peter on the line.
Okay. Go ahead, Peter. Yep, go ahead.
Okay. I would encourage you to consider Mr. Lewis's motion or amendments. I understand what Mr. Truelove is saying, that perhaps it falls outside of the order. I have not seen the order. But if assuming that it doesn't fall outside of the order, I would definitely encourage you to look at most, if not all, of the options he presented. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment, Monica?
Yes, Robert's on the line.
Okay. Go ahead, Robert.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Robert Abrams, 652 Teach Drive. Mr. Lewis obviously has done his homework and diligently which is contrary to what looks like here, which I'll put in the right to know for and probably won't get, the original bid specs and responses. Now, obviously, had the board acted concisely as Mr. Lewis just has, we may have something that wouldn't have had to go to litigation. But obviously, it's somewhere in this board's interest to ram these things through. And just like the cell tower, it was on July 4th weekend, which was the biggest vacation weekend around. Now, this is in, I just got this River Towns magazine on Friday or Saturday, and it's 10 fun things to do this summer. Number 8, it says, hit a hole in one. The first paragraph talks about the Bucks Club in Jameson. And then it says, the Pretty Makefield Highlands Golf Club in Yardley, PA, has been rated by the Golf Range Association of America as one of the top 50 public range facilities. At Makefield, you'll find 7,058-yard course, a golf academy, and the Makefield House pub, and gives you the websites. Now, I cannot believe at this point, with all of that kind of press, with all of what goes on and the knowledge of that course by the professionals or the people that want to play this course, that you need to sell the sewer system to hold the course. I can't believe that the overlay wasn't behind that course, and I don't know the lay of the land over there, but some sort of over 55 community development that would have brought in the tax revenue where you people could have paid the bonds on that. I mean, this right now, you want to take care of this judge's order? Throw these bids out. Let's start all over again. Right now, you're dealing with misinformation, with old information. And when Mr. Lewis brings up the fact, let's be transparent here and show it to everybody. The other 4, no, I'll take that back. Mr. Grenier is not in that class. The other 3 want to ram this up the rear ends of the taxpayers, and I need to know why.
Well,
I think this whole community needs to know why. There's something in it for somebody, and I got to find it out. Now, let's get together here. This is our community. Mr. Weiss, I've never seen anything like this. You spend your summers in Tampa, and you're going to spend your winters in Lower Makefield. That's pretty...
Mr. Abrams, you're really crossing the line. Thank you for your comment.
Okay.
Good night.
Okay, that's fine, but I'm going to...
Thank you. Good night. There's a motion on the table. Any further public comment, Monica?
No further public comment.
Good. Hearing no further comment. The question. All those in favor of extending the bids for 30 days signify by saying aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, no.
No.
Ayes have it, 3-2. Thank you very much.
The next item is a consideration to approve and renew the Township Manager Employment Agreement. A brief history. Mr. Ferguson was hired, his first day of work was, I believe, July 18th, 2018. Under the Second Class Township Code, Section 1301, the maximum time that a manager's contract can exist is for 2 years. The 2 years expires Friday. We have supplied a copy of the employment agreement that all supervisors have reviewed and seem to be accept at least the terms for purposes of going forward. The agreement is essentially, if I'd say 95%, the same agreement that was entered into 2 years ago when he started, when Mr. Lewis was chairman, and that process occurred. In terms of compensation, there's a provision there where Mr. Ferguson would receive a 4% raise beginning July 1st, 2021, but would not receive an increase in compensation until January 1st, 2022. So it's a 4% raise over an 18-month period of time. And Kurt?
Dave, just to clarify, July 2020 or 2021?
What? According to the contract, it was January 2022, I believe, was the next.
No, you're saying that the raise, can you read the date that you said the raise is?
Yeah. Your raise would be effective July 1st of this year. I'm sorry, July 1st of 2021. I apologize. And you would not receive an increase in compensation until January 1st, 2022. So, and if you could describe for the community, Mr. Ferguson, what your raises, if any, have been since you started 2 years ago, the 18th.
Well, frankly, with the raise not happening until a year from now, I was under the impression that
Actually, it should be 2020, and that's, I don't know why that typo's in there. It should be 2020. As I said originally, it should be 2020, and it'll be an 18-month period of time before you'd be eligible for your next raise. So you would receive a raise retroactive to July 1st of this year, which would be the first raise you received in a while, I believe, or you could describe how that is, but you would not receive consideration for another raise for 18 months.
Okay, no, I just wanted to make sure I understood.
Yeah, no, that you are correct.
Okay. So the way that, I mean, if I'm looking at the percentage raises, just so there's not any confusion, that raise then would take my employment to, before another raise would be considered to 3.5 years. So that would be a 7% raise then from the time I started here, which would be the lowest percentage raise of any township employee, full or part-time.
That's uniform and non-uniform, union and non-union. Is that correct?
Yes, also permanent part-time and temporary part-time.
Okay. You know, and otherwise, like I said, the terms are nearly identical with what was prepared the last time, which was acceptable to that board 2 years ago. There's one additional provision about goals and objectives, about the supervisors and Mr. Ferguson agreeing to meet periodically and discuss the development of goals and objectives as related to your duties and responsibilities and the needs and goals of the township, which, you know, I think occurs on an ongoing basis, but is now part of the agreement. So I guess it would be appropriate, assuming all supervisors have had an opportunity to review this. It was presented several times in emails and other discussions in executive session. So it's now appropriate for the board to consider the renewal. So a motion would be appropriate if so desired.
So moved.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Any comments, questions from the board?
Yeah, Dave, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
There was some discussion about 60 versus 90 days in terms of notice. Where did we end up on that?
It stayed at 90 days.
So 90.
Yep.
Okay.
That stayed at 90 days.
Any other questions or comments?
And this is a 2-year agreement?
Yes, this is, again, it's consistent with the second class township code. It's the maximum allowable time that is under the second class township code.
And if termination occurs more than 12 months out, there's a 12-month severance.
Yes, and that, by the way, is very standard in the I won't say in the industry, but in the area, because frankly, and this is not from the comments about this board, but as people know, boards change, and different people may have different attitudes about the respective managers, as they do about solicitors, for example. But in fairness to anybody in that position, if there's a change in the board or somebody comes along that wants to make a change, it gives the person who's in that position an opportunity to have time to find another position. It's not that easy to do that, especially when you commit yourself to a certain job and duties in those circumstances. So that's really, again, that is not an unusual provision for any township manager contract, whether it's here or other places. I believe I don't know that as a fact, but I'm almost positive Mr. Fedorchak's agreement when he was the manager here had the same type of provision. It's my recollection. And it's true other places as well.
Okay, and I'll say that I was glad that we added the performance review, which we did not have previously, not as a negative item, but more of a sit down and evaluate from both sides where we're at, where we can go, how we can room for improvement. You know, this year I think communication has been a big struggling point with meetings and whatnot, and I think we need to improve that greatly.
Thank you for sharing your opinion, Dan.
I will. That's what my comments are for. And it's been a very, I'll be honest, it's been a very disheartening year with the way the process has gone and getting things at the last minute at the agenda, things that weren't on the agenda that we have to vote on, things that are on the agenda but aren't in our packet. It's been a very, very frustrating year. And I'm looking forward to seeing some improvement with this under the new contract, because it's right now, I think we're struggling. We need to improve.
Any other comments?
Yeah, my plan for this evening was to quietly vote yes to renew the township manager's employment agreement. I was able to get some modest contract language that, as discussed, would give some degree of feedback. And I'm happy I got that. I'm very reticent to share my concerns publicly about the performance of the township manager, but after the last meeting, I feel I must share some concerns. The manner in which he spoke to and about Mr. Robert Abrams of 652 Teach Drive was not acceptable. Mr. Abrams is a citizen of Lower Makefield, and in the organization chart of Lower Makefield Township, our 32,761 residents are at the top. I'm honored to serve all the residents as their elected supervisor. I work for you. You are my boss, and the township manager works for all the supervisors. So it's frustrating to have an employee who attacks your boss publicly. And if this were a one-off case, I could easily dismiss it. However, it really is a pattern and practice of poor communications, lack of follow-up, and use of information asymmetry. And just this afternoon, I read a series of emails from a resident that had a disrespectful tone. The number of times I've had residents tell me that they contacted the township manager and did not receive a follow-up or an answer is just too many to list. So this is a concern. And, at the end of the day, I'm responsible for this. I was chair when the township manager was hired. We knew at the time the township manager had some communications issues, but we thought he was the best of the candidates that we had and we could work around it. So I'm going to pledge to work forward in trying to find ways to help improve this process and help address my concerns and what I think are concerns of many residents. So I have a degree of frustration about that. So it's my intent was to quietly vote for this, but I decided I wanted to share some of my concerns. I have many others, but I don't think it's appropriate to make them all public at this time.
Any other comments from the board? I will say that I am also frustrated, but not with our manager. He has been, in my opinion, very forthcoming. It is unfortunate that members of the board have refused to communicate in a fair manner with our manager. I won't go further in public, but I, for one, I am in complete support of our manager. I agree that we have processes in place to have better feedback, but of course, to have that feedback, you must be able to communicate in an honest manner, which I think some of us have forgotten how to do in the past year. So I'm going to leave that stand and dangle as it is.
Well, that's inappropriate.
I will open it up to public comment at this point. And Monica, is there any public comment on this issue?
No public comment on this issue.
Then I will call the question. All those in favor of extending our township manager's contract as published, signify by saying aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye. 5-0. Thank you very much. Congratulations, Mr. Ferguson.
Thank you, everybody. The last two items under my report, on the zoning hearing board, there are two appeals that for board consideration to determine whether they want to participate or not, or oppose. First, Kimberly Bartra and Aldo Bartra are requesting a variance for property located at 1439 Buford Drive in order to permit construction of an in-ground pool resulting in greater than permitted impervious surface. All board members are certainly familiar with applications like this. It is my understanding, at least I don't believe this location is in a flood zone. Therefore, it's our recommendation, unless there's contrary sentiment by the board, to defer to the zoning hearing board, which has great experience in addressing issues like this. So unless there's a sentiment otherwise, no action is required.
Dave, I looked at both of them. They're both nowhere near the floodplain.
Oh, I knew you would look.
I know.
Because I'd asked staff. I didn't receive any response, but I wanted to make sure that that's always addressed for understandable reasons. And so the second one, Charles Travis Keys is
I'm
requesting.
sorry, Dave, just for a second, because I think we did receive comment on this one last time it was on, and then it got withdrawn because there was some confusion.
No, that was, I'm sorry to interrupt, but that was the last meeting. That was the fence with the sewer. There was a sewer easement, whether it was a stormwater
No,
sewer.
there was that one too, but I think there was a pool. This is in Yardley Hunt, right?
Yeah, this is not the one on Lexington. I think you're thinking about the one on Lexington. This is on Buford, which is at the top end of Yardley Hunt, not at the bottom. That's my recollection. I think that application was by Mr. Miller, who was on Lexington, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong. I don't want to, if you want to check your meeting notes for that, but I believe that was the situation.
This is the only Barcher in our, just searching emails. This is the only Barcher that shows up, Suzanne.
Okay.
Normally we get an email from Mr. Trullo.
Yeah, the other one, I believe, the other one was Miller, and I think that was, again, a couple of weeks ago. No, probably 2 meetings ago. And that was on Lexington Drive. You're correct, Ms. Bundy. That is in the in Yardley Hunt.
Okay,
That's
thank
what
you.
two individuals have voiced some concerns about that, if I'm not mistaken. So unless there's, again, a contrary sentiment with this particular one, there would be no action required by the board to defer. But again, if there's sentiment otherwise, please state now.
I think we can defer unless there's an objection.
The other one, Charles Travis Keys is requesting a variance for property located at 495 Keating Drive in order to permit and in order to construct a screen porch addition. Again, resulting in greater than permitted impervious surface. I'd ask about this flood zone. I'm glad Mr. Grenier answered the question. I know there was another item a couple of years ago, not too far from that location. It was considered in the flood zone, but I think that property actually backed up to a creek or some other type of waterway. This does not. So I defer to Mr. Grenier on the flood zone issue, and it does not appear that it exists in one. So that it would again be our recommendation, with that assumption being correct, that deferring to the zoning hearing board would be an appropriate approach, unless, again, there's a contrary sentiment.
Unless there's an objection, we can defer. Okay, we'll defer.
Thank you, and that's all I have.
Okay, well, that leads us up to item 16, zoning inspections and planning. Consideration to set the public hearing date for the proposed mixed-use overlay district zoning ordinance amendment.
So I had provided you all a memo that was an overview that was given to a resident that I first then copied you all, going over the time frame, what have you. And I think without going into re-review the whole memo, to hit the legal framework that we're required to, the meeting at the earliest could take place is August 17th. So obviously that week, the following week, what have you, I don't think that there's a time constraint other than after August 17th, other than we have to meet as soon as reasonably possible to satisfy the requirements of the MPC, but at least no earlier than August 17th, and that's for the board to discuss as far as availability for dates sometime after that point.
Okay, we have the week of the 17th. It has to be after the 18th.
The earliest it could be is August 17th. So
17th or thereafter.
Okay.
17th is a Monday, just for reference, if you have your calendar open.
And the 19th is our regular meeting.
Correct.
Yeah. So we've been traditionally doing this on extra meetings. So unless there's an objection by the majority of the board, we can continue setting the public hearing date for a special meeting anytime during that week, except first Wednesday. I think it's Thursday at the school board meeting that night.
That's the third Thursday of the month, if I'm not mistaken. I think they meet the second and fourth Thursday, so it may not fall that week, but I could be wrong, so.
The 20th would be the third Thursday of the month. August 20th would be the third Thursday.
So
I can check, try to go on the website now to find out.
Okay. So does anybody have a preference to a date?
I prefer it's our regular meeting time.
Do we, Kurt or Dave or Fred, in terms of items coming up in August, sometimes historically there might be one meeting that gets canceled just because it's sometimes a light month. We know this year's obviously different for a lot of stuff. We have things going on all the time. I'm just curious, do we know now if there's going to be anything pressing then? If, for example, could we vote on paying, that have the treasurer's report at the beginning and then just only cover the special meeting type of information with the public hearing after that? Or do we know that there's going to be a bunch of stuff and it would necessitate having another meeting? I'm just curious.
Well, it's possible the sewer issue could be around that too, so I don't want to say it couldn't be. And by the way, I'm just looking at the Pennsbury School District meeting schedule. They actually do have a meeting August 20th. So they apparently meet the third, the action meetings are the third Thursday of the month. So the 20th would be their action meeting, if that's a concern.
And that might be a big one because they're talking about school openings fairly soon. So that I think that one might be a big one for them. Not to go on top.
27th would be the next Thursday for.
So we're looking at Monday or Tuesday, if we don't do Wednesday.
Yeah, the 24th or 25th. I mean, that'd be the 24th or 25th then, if that's what you're talking. Well, so it could be 17th or 18th if you wanted to.
Oh, yeah, 17th, 18th, or the next week.
Right.
And I don't know if does it matter now, but are we anticipating that that'll likely be a virtual meeting too? So far, it seems that way, but.
I'm sorry, Dan, say again?
I'm sorry, I'm assuming we're still anticipating that'll be a similar meeting like this, a Zoom meeting versus an in-person meeting?
Probably even more so because of the way the numbers are starting to spike again and the new restrictions. I doubt we're going to see a live meeting anytime in the near future.
I would agree. The governor issued an order today that was more restrictive in terms of public gatherings. And again, I think that's reflecting the numbers that have been creeping up, as Dr. Weiss has said, apparently contributed by some of the states that have travelers coming to Pennsylvania. But nevertheless, I would agree that we're probably looking at virtual meetings for quite a period of time.
So let's just put it out there, 17th. Anybody have any objection to the 17th?
I don't think I'm going to be here, but let me check it. That's Friday, isn't it?
No, it's a Monday.
17th is a Monday.
Oh, August 7th. No, that's fine.
I'll entertain a motion for the 17th.
Just real quick, back to Dan's point, it doesn't make sense to do this during the regular.
Well, it's going to be a long meeting, so it would be good if it was a one-topic meeting. But, if the board wants to do it on the 19th, we can do it on the 19th.
Yeah, I mean, James, I go back and forth on that because we had committed to having like standalone meetings on this as a way to show that we would talk about it so that everyone would have time and not commingle it with an agenda. But then some people are making it sound like by having it on a different night that is confusing to people. And I certainly want as many people to be able to participate as possible. So
But we can try to keep the agenda as light as possible, except for this issue. But we have other issues that must be done. It's the business of a stated meeting.
yeah. So I just wonder, is a Tuesday night considered more friendly than a Monday night? I don't know.
What do we have for conflicting meetings on? That's zoning hearing. I don't know when everyone. I don't have it memorized, but especially with our new schedule.
Planning Commission meets, I think those Mondays.
Planning Commission meets on Monday.
Let me go on the
18th.
Is zoning? I always thought zoning was Tuesdays, but I haven't been on zoning yet.
Zoning is
Tuesdays.
Okay.
So then the 25th.
25th of Tuesday. Well, yeah.
could do the 25th if you wanted to.
When does school start? Anyone know? I mean, whatever start means. But we're getting close to that's about the week that school starts. So if people are,
well, the 25th is also, I think, is it the week before Labor Day weekend? Not that that matters anymore.
Labor Day's late this year.
Yeah, I think they start before Labor Day, but I'm not positive about that.
Yeah. September 1st is on a Tuesday, so it's got to go all the way to the next Monday for Labor Day. So it's going to be.
So we have the 17th or 18th or the 25th or 26th. I mean,
I like the number one now.
17th. We got James can make the 17th. Ms. Bundy, can you make the 17th?
Yes.
I can make the 17th. Mr. Grenier, can you make the 17th?
I think. Oh, and we're still having the 19th as well.
19th will be the regular state meeting.
Regular meeting.
As far as we know.
Yeah, it's better. I think it's better to have it that week than the following week, just because of school. So
Okay.
whatever people want.
Got 4 for the 17th. Mr. Lewis, you want to make it unanimous?
I can make that work.
Okay. Guess we can schedule our meet. Well, I'll entertain a motion.
Yeah. All right, I'll make. And Mr. Trullo, correct me if I misspeak here. I'll make a motion to schedule the public hearing to consider the overlay district for Monday, August 17th. Do I need to set the time at this point?
Would be appropriate, yeah, if you want to make it 7:30, whatever that would be. And the locations via Zoom, obviously. At this
Okay. If anyone wants me to change it, but do you want to start at, I'm assuming start at 7 as we've done previously with these meetings. So the motion is to advertise for the public hearing specific to the overlay district for Monday, August 17th at 7 p.m. via Zoom.
Second.
Any other comments, questions? Monica, you said there was a public comment for this?
Yes, you have Lisa on the line.
Okay. Hi, Lisa. Unmute yourself, give your name, address, and make your comment.
I'm Lisa Tenney. I live at 156 Pinnacle Circle, Yardley.
Okay. Go ahead.
I don't think, although I appreciate you guys meeting Monday, August 17th, you have to make sure that all LMT residents can be there, either virtually or physically. So until you can do that safely during a pandemic, it's against my constitutional rights because I can't vote on this issue, and you are voting on my behalf.
We will make sure that you can participate fully, Lisa. Thank you.
Yes, but it's not me because I participate every, meeting. It's everybody else. Now let's see, it's 11:45 on a Wednesday, and you have talked about really important issues. Now, most people with kids are tired. We have been in lockdown and putting our kids to bed. Now, I don't have kids to put in bed. My kids are older. You have to be considerate. And for heaven's sakes, older people don't know the technology, and they're not going to be up at 11:45. Now, I appreciate your efforts. I don't want to be in your position. You have very difficult jobs. But you represent us. we are paying taxes which are making this township liquid during a pandemic. Me and my neighbors and my neighborhood. Now I have 12 questions which I think that the public should listen to so that they can be informed when this public hearing airs. And because I only have 5 minutes and I don't want to be deducted by your responses, I'm going to just say them, and then when needed, we can go to YouTube to listen to them. And when I see you or call in 30 days or so, you have the response. So, how will you, the Board of Supervisors, gain control of what gets built when zoning is changed with the mixed-use overlay? It seems with every meeting, which has begun with the Planning Committee, you lose more control with the developer as you provide specifics. And now you agree to it, some sort of drive-through. Okay?
Lisa, I'm sorry. I'm
Yeah.
sorry to interrupt you. And I'm sure your questions are very good questions. This motion is just on scheduling the hearing. I think your questions are very appropriate.
Okay. So then you have my constitutional right and the right of LMT citizens are violated if you go on in this situation. This is not right.
I'm not objecting to your questions. I'm just saying that this, I'd like you to limit your comment to the actual motion.
So when am I going to say my 12? I don't get to email them. I've emailed you many times, and you haven't given me answers. There's no dialogue. We have no dialogue. We get I complain.
I'm pretty sure. I'm
you
pretty sure, Lisa.
dialogue.
I'm not going to cut you off. I'm having a discussion here.
Okay.
I
discuss.
Every email that you send me, I answer. I answer you within hours of me receiving them.
I believe John Lewis also does that.
Okay, so
And
you have at least two members of the board. You have at least two members of the board that are happy to answer your emails.
Yes, thank you very much.
Your questions are valid questions, and actually, when we actually have the public hearing, those questions are very valid. I hope you would ask all 12 of them. If you wish to.
Do I have 5 minutes? What is this meeting going to be? Is it going to be Zoom? Do I have 5 minutes, 2 minutes? Do I wait 3.5 hours?
Well, public comment will happen at the appropriate time during the hearing, and whether it's a
4 hours.
Whether it's a live meeting or a Zoom meeting, public comment will happen at the very same time, and you will be given the exact same amount of time on Zoom.
Is that 5 minutes? Just tell me so I can gauge my questions for 5 minutes.
It will be actually between 3 and 5 minutes, depending on the nature of your.
Can we start earlier so we're not? It's 10 of 12 now.
That is a very appropriate question for this motion. If you would like us to consider starting earlier, I could entertain a motion to start at 6:30 instead of to amend the motion to 6:30, if that's agreeable to the person who made the motion. Would they consider moving it up to 6:30?
That was me, right? Yeah.
Mr. Grenier.
I have no problem with that at all.
Okay. The person who seconded?
I'm good with that.
Okay, there you go. So the motion has been amended to 6:30, Lisa.
All right. So while we're discussing this, how about I get 10 minutes so I get some
Well, that,
in
that,
addition to
that,
my
that,
12
that,
questions,
that's
you
problematic.
answer my questions.
That's problematic because there's only so many minutes in a day. So
Well,
I will be happy
so,
to.
right. So
I'll be
maybe
happy.
we need multiple days.
That's
Maybe we need a week.
And
Right?
and Miss Tenney, the
I
hearing,
appreciate you.
Miss Tenney, the hearing
Up
starts.
well.
The hearing starts the 17th. It doesn't mean it concludes the 7th.
Okay, well, thank you. That's good to know.
welcome. Thank you for your
That
comment.
would mean
Yeah,
after 12, it would be over.
Ms. Tenney, if you'd like, you can always email the board with your questions ahead of time, and we can be prepared
Oh,
to
I
answer them.
always do. Okay, I
good.
sometimes I get a response. I've been complaining,
If
whatever.
if you send your
Yes,
questions to me, I will happy to make sure that they are.
I know.
all-
Some of you listen, and I appreciate your response.
Have a great
Again, this is really important because it
We
sets
understand.
a precedent and changes the tapestry
Mhm.
of LMT forever.
The board is very aware of that. Thank you very much for your comments.
All right, bye.
Bye-bye. Any other further comment, Monica?
Yes, Brian's on the line.
Okay. Go ahead, Brian. Go ahead, Brian. Name, address,
Yep.
you know the routine.
Yep. Oh, can you hear me now? I just
Yep.
gave it all. Okay. Brian McNamara, 1412 Heather Circle. A question, since we keep on saying you can email questions. I have email questions. I don't get answers. I get referral to the solicitor. So I thank you for at least answering my question, Mr. Weiss, but I didn't get a response to my question on spot zoning from the solicitor, who at the time was Mr.
I can answer that, Mr. McNamara. Two things. First of
Great,
all,
because I've been asking for 4 meetings now.
well, I'm going to answer it right now. I just got a copy of the email the other day.
Thank you.
First of all, there's been litigation threatened about that by Mr. Borda, and he said he's retained a law firm. So we're not going to engage in issuing any opinions publicly about that. I can tell you that there has been research done where we feel very confident in the process, but that's all I'm going to say about that. We're not going to be issuing opinions to individual members of the township when, again, litigation has been threatened. And that's, that was done. I can't remember if it was the last hearing or not hearing, the last meeting or the meeting before that where the matter was raised. So that's my short answer on that one. So.
Okay, so the overlay that was proposed also includes the office buildings along Township Line Road. So in this overlay, those office buildings can then potentially be turned into apartments as well?
I'm actually sitting in one of the buildings on Township Line Road. That is not in the zone that's contemplated.
You're in the 777 buildings,
Right,
the ones
yes.
across the street from you, are part of that circle, the part of the
I don't believe
part of
that
that development, isn't it?
I don't believe that they're implicated by that. And to convert, I mean, any building that would be converted to something like that, I think that would be, I'd have to look at the overlay, but I don't believe that's the intent. And I think it would be a very difficult task to undertake to do that.
Well, no, the developers that wrote the overlay, their intent is only to affect their property, not anybody else's property. We know that. That's why I feel it's illegal if you're changing the overlay and because that's exactly what spot zoning is, and you're disadvantaging the other supermarkets in the township. So it's exactly the definition of spot zoning.
Well,
but
I will disagree, but I also say it again
that
that there's litigation that's been threatened, so we'll just leave it at that for that issue.
right, but that's you just Google the definition, and that's what comes up. So yeah, well, let's see about that. But the circle of it does include part of the office buildings that are on the across from your 777 building, not the building you're in, across the street from you, and that development as well. So those buildings or that land can potentially be turned also into big box and apartments and drive-through restaurants.
I'm not going to comment on that right now. I'm just not. I don't think it's appropriate.
Ryan,
but-
do you have a comment on the motion?
Yeah, it's completely wrong. It should be done in public with public comments. I agree with everything what Lisa had said earlier.
Yeah,
I think
the governor and the legislature of this Commonwealth says,
Yeah, I know.
Thank you very much.
Really, I had to call in another phone to get onto public comment too.
Well, no, actually,
confusing this on us.
if you don't have any comments on the motion on the table, then I appreciate what you said. And, when we get to the public hearing, you can talk away. But right now, all we're doing is.
I hope I can
It's like
talk
a meeting.
away. I haven't been able to.
Oh, yeah, okay, thanks. Any other comments, Monica?
Yes, James is on the line.
Hello, James, give your full name, address, and make your comment.
Hi, my name is James Nyes. I'm from Odessa Lane in Lower Makefield. I'm just calling to give another suggestion about the accessibility point for this public comment on this meeting. Would it be possible to perhaps have some sort of virtual pre-submission time where you can submit either written questions or a video response or something, just to allow people who might be working at night, as been said before, have kids, or just are not available at that time to be able to have their questions considered, maybe pull those similar questions together and try to address it based off of that, since it seems to be such an important meeting for many people.
I think that's an excellent idea, and I'm sure we can arrange for email submissions with attachments. Kurt, do you think we can make something like that happen? Sure. If somebody wants to email us in advance, or
I'll talk to Monica, who wears many hats here, regarding setting that up in such a way that we can make it known where that stuff would be sent, so it's not going all over the place too.
Yeah, and as long as the submissions are within the 3 to 5 minute guidelines, I don't think there'd be an issue at all. Thank you.
Sounds great. Thanks.
Appreciate it. Any other public comment, Monica?
That's it for this agenda item.
Okay. So hearing no further comment, we're looking at an amended motion of Monday the 17th at 6:30 p.m. to hold this meeting. All those in favor signify by saying aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye. 5-0. Okay. 17th it is, 6:30 p.m. You will have me, and we'll figure out, and we will publish the details, and including email submissions prior to the meeting, if those people who need so will have that opportunity. Definitely want to have the transparent process. Item 17 now is general public comment. Any items not on the agenda, any issues pending before individuals, any issues, they can speak at this time.
Brad, I have Sue on the line.
Monica? Say again?
I have Sue on the line.
Okay. Hello, Sue. Unmute yourself, give your full name, address, and make your comment. Sue, are you on? Monica, can you make sure Sue's still there?
We're checking on it. We're going to take in Lee and see if we can get back in touch with Sue.
Okay.
Oh.
Hi, Lee.
Hello?
Give your full name.
How are you? Just Lee Pedowitz, 247 Truman Way. Just a couple of things. One, regarding that Dobry Road business, you got to consider the CSX rail traffic down there, not for the railroad, but I've seen them move heavy machinery down Dobry Road. So that's got to be considered. And the second thing is I just want to thank the board for getting that walkway along Oxford Valley Road repaired. I walked down there today, and they were still doing some work on it, but it looks like most of the trouble spots were taken care of. So I want to thank you again. And if you get a chance, that walkway by McCaffrey's and Giant along Stony Hill Road, on the north side of Stony Hill Road, it's got a couple of spots that were just as bad as some of the bad spots on Oxford Valley Road. So if you could take a look at those, that'd be great. But once again, I just want to thank you all, and stay well.
Thank you, Lee. Appreciate your comments.
Thanks, Lee.
Monica, did you get Sue back?
We don't have Sue back, but we do have Robert right now.
Okay. Go ahead, Robert.
All right, Robert Abrams, 652 Teach Drive. Any possibility of bringing up the artist rendition here on the Wegmans deal that you have on the website so everybody knows what I'm talking about? All right, going back a few years, there was a horrible, horrible fire. I think it was in Warminster. And people got hurt and things didn't go very well because there was only one way out. In looking at this artist's rendition, and it's not quite north, but I'll call it the north side, is marked I-295, probably previously 95. You can't drive out the back there because you can't drive out on 95. To the east would be the small Stony Hill Road, and there's no exit there. To the west would be facing toward 332, and there's no exit on that side of the property. There's a small entrance exit, we'll call it on the east side, which would be the first entrance and exit, but it's not a direct drive-through, so if they're in the event of an emergency, you couldn't get a lot of traffic in and out of there. The next exit entrance goes a little further west, and again, it's not a straight road, it goes around a corner, and then the furthest one west appears to be like a service road. Now, if I have a truck coming down the small Stony Hill Road there, making a right onto the large Stony Hill Road, in front of these entrances, and it just happens to have a liquid load or something, maybe propane, or maybe a corrosive liquid, or maybe ammonia. And it goes over on its side and it dumps 100 gallons of diesel fuel down that road, which is going to go west because that's the way it's pitched, and blocks the other two entrances. What do you do with the 2,000 people in Wegmans and in the residential areas? They have no way out. For the Planning Commission to even consider putting that many people in that much peril, absolutely astonishing to me that it would even be considered. Unless there's, Chief, this is for you because I guess you would be, sorry to wake you up here, but you would be responsible to the emergency response, I guess. How in the world would you get that many people out of that area if those entrances that are all grouped together are the only way in or out? And you got probably close to 2,000 people, if it's at night, in that overlay.
Well, I have to.
You people got to start thinking before you start doing stuff and ruining this community. Like Mel said, she's got 1,600 signatures. You're going to vote to take care of 0.5% of the people in this community while the rest of the community suffers. That's the problem with the three of you that are voting together. And the one that's in Florida voting for what's going on here with us. Thank you. Have a good night. Oh, have a good morning because it's now afternoon and I've been on this phone for 5 hours. I can't believe it. Thank you.
Any other public comments, Monica?
Yes, we have Sue on the line.
Go. Hi, Sue.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes, Sue.
Sue Herman, Residents for Regional Traffic Solutions, Inc., P.O. Box 285, Newtown. Our comments are about Trenton Mercer Airport, also known as TTN. Congressman Fitzpatrick's November 2019 letter to the U.S. DOT stated, quote, I am greatly concerned that TTN has overlooked potential existing groundwater contamination while conducting their environmental assessment. Therefore, I am requesting that the FAA review the mechanisms used by TTN to complete their environmental assessment to ensure that all environmental impacts, including threats to the safety of ground and drinking water, be evaluated. Given the health risks associated with PFOS and PFOA exposure, It is critical that the EA for any project at TTN take these risks into account. End quote. We all know that the FAA is driven by a self-interested agenda that does not include protecting the safety and welfare of citizens. Why then has Congressman Fitzpatrick passively accepted FAA's pathetic responses to his letters during the past 2 years? Why hasn't he engaged our federal senators, Casey and Toomey, to put pressure on the FAA to do the right thing? There is no excuse. Having just attended the Pennsylvania PFAS multi-site study community meeting, concerned grassroots organizations will place high priority on educating citizens about the potential for TTN to poison our drinking water with PFOS and PFOA. Pennsylvania and New Jersey are among 7 states that were selected by the CDC to participate in this national study. In the Pennsylvania PFAS study, there will be 300 kids and 1,000 adults enrolled. Neurological development for kids is a concern. Blood draws will be analyzed for thyroid, kidney, immune system, and liver function. PFAS has been linked to kidney cancer and testicular cancer. It is unconscionable that the study will not analyze cancer due to lack of funding. The PA study project manager will form a community assistance panel comprised of many stakeholders. These are the types of stakeholders we ask you to invite to a September 2020 Board of Supervisors meeting to participate in an agenda item titled Trenton Mercer Airport Public Education Discussion. During the agenda item, we ask the LMT supervisors to A, educate residents about the toxic effects that PFOS and PFOA contamination will have on our water supply and the health of our families, and B, have Pennsylvania politicians up through the federal level attend and outline the strategy for preventing such toxic contamination. We implore you to initiate our requested agenda item at a September 2020 Board of Supervisors meeting before it is too late. There's still time to stop the reckless expansion of TTN before our water is contaminated with PFOS and PFOA, and serious harm is imposed upon your constituents and their families. To learn more, Bucks County and Mercer County residents should go to www.trentonthreatenedskies.com. We will submit this public comment in an email to the supervisors and ask that the email and any attachments become part of the public record for tonight's meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. Your comments will definitely be made part of the record, as is usual. Any emails that are sent after this meeting, you will need to state them at the next meeting for them to be part of the record.
Dr. Weiss, you're going to be receiving my email in about 30 seconds.
Sue, I'm giving you what, and Mr. Trulove, if I am mistaken, please chime in. The record is what is actually happens at a meeting. What happens after a meeting will not be put on the minutes.
You know, check your email. You've gotten it, and we're still at the meeting. And I'd like you to know that as one of your 30,000 residents that you work for, it's unacceptable to be having public comment at midnight.
Here's what I'll say. Because we're in a virtual setting and there's not an ability to physically present something to the board, I would suggest now that Ms. Herman has mentioned the submission of something, that if she emails, in the next half hour or so, that it should be considered part of the record just for the attachment. It's just to kind of reflect.
Mr. Trulove, did you receive the email? Because it's also addressed to you. Can you check your computer and see if it's there?
Sent the other day?
No, I just sent it 30 seconds ago.
I can check right now. Hold on while we're on. That's I don't want to hold anybody in suspense, but let me just.
Ms. Herman, I can confirm that we
received
email with
literally just
5 attachments.
Since the email came while we're still in session, it will be.
Thank you, Dr. Weiss. And just for a little bit of education on courtesy, if I was there physically, I would walk up and hand it to you. It is so discourteous Not only how you just
in the
handled this,
future,
but the fact that we're doing
Ms. Herman,
public comment
in
at
the future,
12:15
please, Ms.
a.m.
Herman, in the
It's
future,
unconscionable.
listen,
Good night.
what's unconscionable is you not doing this before the meeting so that we can actually have a conversation.
No, I'm not going to give you my public comment prior
please
to the
submit
meeting,
your
sir.
comments. Please
I
submit
am
any
not
emails
going to
you wish
do
to
that.
present to the board in this virtual setting. Please submit them.
You will get them submitted during public comment just as I've done this evening. Good night.
Good night. Anybody who's still up now, who wishes to make presentations to the board, would be much easier and much more efficient to send them prior to the meeting starting so that we can actually have them in front of us when you present. That's all I'm going to say about that. Any further public comment?
Yes, Peter's on the line.
Okay. Go ahead, Peter.
Okay, thank you. It takes a couple seconds for it to happen out of the waiting room. Dave, chime in if I'm going over the line. I'm sure you will.
Okay.
So, because I know that this was an issue that was talked about before, but some things that were not discussed. One of my main concerns is that we have a consultant who is paid for the sewer deal, the sewer bids, in a conflict of interest situation where they're paid as percentage of the deal, which I had stated a year ago in a public meeting in person that that's inappropriate, and yet it's still in place. And this is what's brought us to where we are today. We're not considering other options like maintenance and operations contracts and such, because we have a consultant who's paid to recommend sewer sale. And I think it's beyond the pale for any of you to have accepted that agreement. And I think going forward, in the event that this thing actually that you decide to go and do the right thing and throw out all the bids and rebid, that you don't pay a consultant in that fashion. I was never paid in that fashion. I wouldn't even suggest to be paid in that fashion. It's wrong. So the only other thing I have is that I'm really concerned about the lack of transparency that went on throughout this process, the lack of transparency that goes on every meeting by putting the public comments at the very end when we're talking at midnight or after midnight where people aren't up. I think it sets a very bad example.
Peter, I'm going to stop you, and I'm not going to stop you for time. I'm just going to stop you right now because you're crossing an interesting line. You talk about where we have public comment. We've had public comment throughout this meeting. We've had public comment that's basically taken a 2-hour meeting into a 4.5-hour meeting. We've had public comment that many townships in Bucks County, most of our neighbors have public comment, not only during the meeting, but at the end of the meeting, not at the beginning of the meeting. So please, if you're going to talk with some truth. And forgive me if this is this late hour or this early hour, that your sincerity in speaking to the board with the history that we've just finished up one part of it. Forgive me if I do not take your comments with the due seriousness that many would otherwise have me take it. Now go ahead and finish up with your minute.
Duly noted, Dr. Weiss. But still, the lack of transparency.
Take your comment.
Still, the lack of transparency with regard to not releasing information to the sewer authority, not letting them be part of this process, not releasing information to.
All right, I'm going to stop you again. I'm not taking your time away. I'm just going to redirect your comments about transparency and the sewer authority not getting the information is totally false. I am going to, if you continue to make statements that have no basis in fact, I'm going to continue to interrupt you. If you wish to make your opinion that you're not approving of this, the process, I will let you continue. But to state untruths I will not let you continue. Now go ahead.
I take,
You have 30
I
seconds.
take, I take great umbrage with that, Dr. Weiss. I have more than 30 seconds. You cut
have
me off
30
at 1 minute before. You said 1 minute. You said 3 minutes before. I only had 1 minute.
No, you have.
You, sir, are, you, sir,
1 minute
are a
and 50
liar.
seconds.
You, sir, are the liar. And let
Yes.
me tell you, all I'm
Now you have
saying
25
is
seconds.
this board did not get the information they
You now
needed.
have
You had
20
at least
seconds.
2 board members who did not get the information
You now have
they
15
needed to
seconds.
make decisions.
Are you
You
finished?
lack transparency.
Number 10.
You are
Number 9.
the epitome
Number
of
8.
person who
Number
covers stuff
7.
up.
Number 6. Number 5. 4.
Go ahead.
3.
Yes,
2,
Dr. White,
1.
you're my parents. I get
Thank
it.
you for your comment, Peter. Good night.
Yes, I'm the child. Thank you very much.
Good night. Is there any other public comment, Monica?
Yes, the next caller is Ryan. Excuse me, it's Brian.
Brian. Go ahead, Brian.
Okay, yeah, it's Brian. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, I'm sure I'm on 2 phones, so I had to call back in to make sure I didn't get cut off, so I can be put back into public comment. And yes, they should call me Ryan, so it's Brian. So just wondering when the township manager was going over the fund, our revenues and everything. I just want to make sure there's a commitment, and if you can ask all of them, Chairman Weiss, the supervisors, that there will not be, that none of the supervisors are for reducing the funding to our police that we see is happening around this country. Just wondering if we can have a insurance from the 5 supervisors that will not happen. No.
Brian,
that's
I'm
my question.
confused. Are you asking us if we, I hate this phrase,
Support defunding the police. Yeah. Support defunding our police.
but when you tied it to a presentation that showed that we might have some fiscal issues, it was a little bit different. So if you're just saying, okay, so you're saying, do we support that concept of quote unquote defund the police? Is that the question?
Yes.
I do not.
Yes. Thank you.
Neither do I.
Thank you.
Am I allowed to answer?
Yeah, he asked everybody.
All right.
Okay. I'm being recognized. So, Brian, I'm sure you're aware that when I came on the board in 2016, I supported the addition of 2 new officers as our police department was understaffed relative to our population and geographic circumstances. And you may recall that I've also, when significant new development is proposed, I often ask about the impact on our police department resources. So our police department has a challenging job, and I want to make sure they have the resources to support public safety, even if that means raising taxes. That being said, I don't support any short-term political pressure, and will provide proper oversight to ensure that the Lower Makefield Police Department continues to deliver on its mission of maintaining a highly motivated, well-trained, and progressive force, and to build a partnership by seeking the talents input of all citizens who share a concern for the welfare of our community. So I hope that gives you a detailed answer of where I stand. I can always follow up if you've got more questions.
No, I do. Thank you. And yeah, that's because that's there's concern with the new development comes in, the need for actually more policing. Could you just describe what progressive policing means? I'm not sure.
Maintaining a progressive force. And I think that comes directly from Lower Makefield's Police Department's mission statement. So
Okay.
on the website, they have a mission of maintaining a highly motivated, well-trained, and progressive force, and to build a partnership by seeking the talents and input of all citizens who share a concern for the welfare of our community. That's the police department's mission on our website.
Okay, great. I'll check it out.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you, Brian. Any other public comment, Monica?
Yes, James is next.
Hi, James. State your full name, address, and give your comment.
Hi, I'm James Eisen from Odessa Lane in Lower Makefield, right off of Dolington. I'm just calling because my family has been using kind of like the shoulder on Dolington that connects Meeting House Lane to Farmview Drive and the Penn's Field development over there on Dolington near the Colavita Tree Farm. It's basically a 150 to 200 yard stretch of the road that doesn't have any sidewalk connecting it. So we don't have walking access to the Garden of Reflection. We don't have walking access to those other neighborhoods. And we've noticed that, especially during the pandemic, not only has, the foot traffic increased, both, with people coming in and out of our neighborhood and going on the shoulder of the road, but also bikers as well. And it just seems to be a lack of infrastructure in the area more generally on Dolington that would not only protect, pedestrians from having to walk on, the road or on the shoulder or the grass on the side, but also any protected bike infrastructure, since there's definitely been an increase in that, at least from what I can observe. So I'm wondering if it would be possible to look into adding in a sidewalk, perhaps on that stretch between Farmview Drive and Meeting House Lane, as well as if it's possible to look into adding any bike signage or saying, share the road or something like that, to make sure that people are staying safe when they're using their bikes more in our neighborhood. So I'm wondering if there are any plans about that, if you have any information on what I could perhaps do to make a formal request for that sidewalk to be put in.
Sure, Ms. Ferguson.
Our planning director, who is watching at home, texted me while the gentleman was speaking, saying that this is designated as a bike lane on the master plan that we have. As you'll recall as well, we're pursuing a grant to update that master plan. But the current plan does have that listed as one of those linkages to hopefully get to sometime.
I'll add to that, Kurt, because I come out this way on my bike. I think, correct me if Mr. Majewski responds quickly, even better, but I believe Dolington is a state road in this area. So there'd be some coordination with PennDOT required. I know they're not sidewalks, but the shoulders on Dolington on either side, at least the stretch I'm looking at in proximity there, are nearly as wide as a regular lane. Am I correct?
Signage,
they're huge.
Signage could make sense there as well.
That's where I was going to go. Yeah, I think if we could work on signage as a starter, I think that would be a big help. Share the road type of signs, etc.
I'm sure we can make something work. Thank you, James. Appreciate it.
We'll take a look. If you want, I'll remind and I'll make sure I report back at the next meeting about what we can do, what have you, with some alternatives or some specific signs.
I appreciate it. Thank you, James.
Great. Yeah. I mean, it's great to see the increased foot traffic. I must have seen at least 20 people driving or walking around there while I was driving around afternoon. So whatever you can do to help make, alternative sources of transport or anything safer for people, I think it would go a long way to making the neighborhood feel safer and a bit more lively.
Thank you for bringing it up to us. We'll see what we can do.
And that is a state road.
Any other public comment, Monica?
Yes, Bill is on the line.
All right, Bill, give your full name, address. You can make your comment.
Hi, good morning, Supervisors. Bill Gerhauser, Olson Avenue, Lower Makefield. I'm actually calling with a bit of what I hope is good news and definitely is a compliment. A few days ago, I sent an RTK in. I was curious to know how much money the township has extended to the anti-airport groups. And I just want to mention that to the supervisors, so you know how appreciative I am of it. How quickly Mr. Ferguson and his staff at the township office got that information back to me. I know that you guys hear a lot of bad news about right to know requests and how these things get turned around. But at least in this case, and in my case, I was very appreciative of the speed and the accuracy that was turned over, or turned back to me, I should say, not turned over, but how quickly it was turned back, and I appreciate that.
I appreciate your call. Thank you very much, Bill.
Fred, should we respond to Bill? I'm teasing. I know he doesn't like responses. I won't respond to him.
Any other public comment, Monica?
Yes, the next and final caller is Lisa.
Hi, Lisa. Give your full name, address, and make your comment. Hello, Lisa. Did we lose Lisa?
We think we're having a quick mute issue. Just gonna work.
Hello?
Yes, Lisa.
Okay. Yeah, Lisa Tenney, 156 Pinnacle Circle. So remember, I have 12 questions regarding the mixed-use overlay.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just going to give you one, but I also have, because everybody seems to be complaining, I'm going to also have some personal complaints.
Okay.
So one is, one of my 12 for the mixed-use overlay is that there's going to be a light if Prickett Preserve and the mixed overlay goes into effect at Township Line and Stony Hill Road. Is that going to be a right on red? And when they did the, and I may have to call back and include this question in my 12, but when they did the traffic analysis, was the upgrade in safety from a D to C when the light goes in with the current traffic, or did it take into consideration the traffic that'll be coming in with Wegmans and the mixed-use overlay? And I can email you that question too, if you don't have the answer right away.
Yeah, I don't think anybody here right now has the answers.
Okay, so would it be good if I email you my 12, and then when I call on the 17th?
May I suggest if you wish, I'm not, you're why don't you send the township all 12 questions, and if there's anything we can answer in advance prior to the public hearing, we'll give you all that information. Okay?
Yeah, I do think the public would want to know.
I have no problem. Yeah.
I'm not selfish.
No. Okay. And then you can share it with anybody you want. Okay.
Okay. So for the selfish question,
Mm-hmm.
I was riding my bike on Big Oak Road. So remember, you have a nice bike path, and then, there's no bike path. And then I hit the intersection of Stony Hill Road and Big Oak Road, and I nearly get killed. That's a problem. We talk about, little path problems, but in my mind, that's kind of a big path problem. I'm smart enough to work my way around it, but if you want personal complaints, there it is. And the other one is there's a lot of speeding and traffic noise. So if people are going to complain about trash truck noise, I need a whole barrier on Stony Hill Road because my backyard backs up to that. And I hear buses, motorcycles, cars that backfire, and all kinds of stuff. So, on a personal matter, let's keep everything in perspective. I need a sound barrier, and if everybody else wants, good bike paths, so do I.
Your complaints are well noted.
Thank you.
And as a bike rider,
there's somewhat,
feel your pain. I feel your pain.
Yeah. There's a lot more problems in life. So I appreciate your effort. And I hope that you will take my more serious matters into your thoughts as we go forth.
Looking forward to seeing
Thank you and
your
good night.
questions. Good night. Is that it, Monica?
No further public comment.
Okay. In that case, we have no discussion items on the agenda, so we will go to Supervisors report. The Planning Commission met yesterday, and they acknowledged receipt of the proposed ordinance for the mixed-use overlay that sets a 30-day clock, as I understand it, and they will meet August the 10th to actually reconsider the proposed ordinance. On the 27th, they will meet again for a discussion. They approved the final plans for the Scanlon development on Dobie Road with conditions that Mr. Majewski is aware of. Heston Hall, they recommended the approval of the subdivision subject to conditions required by the engineers. And they approved the sewer application. If I might have this wrong, it's the PC approved the sewer application of the DP planning. I can't even remember. This is what happens when you're a doctor. You can't even read your own writing. So forgive me for that part. The Historic Commission got together on Saturday at Slate Hill Cemetery, and they did a wonderful job in replacing 6 Civil War gravestones, and hopefully we'll have a dedication ceremony in the not too distant future, and hopefully we'll hear more about that at an upcoming meeting. And that's all I have. Mr. Grenier.
Yes, just update the sewer authority normally would have been scheduled to meet July 23rd. However, since we have a bunch of bids due on July 28th for capital projects, we're tentatively going to move that meeting to July 30th so that the authority can review the bids and provide a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors at our first August meeting. As of right now, it'll be at 7:30 on July 30th via Zoom, pending public notice, of course. That's it.
There's public comment on Dan's report.
Okay.
We're going to bring Peter in.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I told the moderator when I signed on that I probably would have public comment on this issue, but I don't. So thank you for allowing me the opportunity. Good night.
Good night. Okay. Ms. Bundy?
Some of you may recall that earlier this year, the Citizens Traffic Committee had worked with the landlord of the Kohl's/ShopRite parking lot to work on getting some improvements in there. Unfortunately, like so many things, part of it has been affected by COVID. So I hope you have noticed that the hedges have been trimmed and there's increased visibility at the intersections, but the bids are going out so that the restriping can occur, so that there's better visibility at the stop signs, etc. And on behalf of Citizens Traffic, we want to thank the police department for working with us and helping liaison to the landlord. So hopefully we'll see that soon.
Yep. Mr. McCartney?
Parks and Recs met yesterday and basically discussed the presentation that you heard tonight regarding the trails at the Garden of Reflection. Golf has not met, and the Trenton Airport Committee has not met either, so that's all I have.
Mr. Lewis?
The Historical Architectural Review Board met on July 14th at 7 p.m. They reviewed an applicant involving the parcel 1764 Edgewood Road. This was the proposed demolition of the Quill House and the restoration of the Ismail House. The board met and reviewed it, but did not take any action and is still reviewing it at this time. That is my report.
There are no appointments to boards or commissions. Is there any other business before the board? There being none, I call this meeting adjourned. Thank you very much. We'll see you in the next meeting.
Thank you, everybody. Be well.
Good night. Good morning.
Yes.